A very warm good morning to one and all present over here, esteemed guests, dignitaries, and delegates. We welcome to the third international conference on approach to pharmaceutical insights through interdisciplinary research 2024. I am Sopan Gupta, 7th Sem B Pharmacy, H Raisoni University, Sai Kheda, and alongside me is
Sania Sheikh from 5th SEM B Pharmacy, H Raisoni University, Saikheda. And we are delighted to be your host for this grand occasion.
today. We gather here not only as an individual but as a collective force of knowledge, ideas, and innovations. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you to this momentous occasion.
We have delegates throughout the nation in this auditorium, all sharing a common goal, the pursuit of knowledge and the exchange of ideas. We have an inspiring and an outstanding group of speakers who will share their invaluable insights into the most pressing issues, innovation in research and implementation that can bring change to communities around the world.
Asto ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya, which translates to from ignorance led me to truth, from darkness led me to light. Dear all, lighting of a lamp is a sacred and symbolic tradition that dates back centuries. It is a gesture that signifies the illumination of knowledge, the dispelling of darkness, and the celebration of truth and wisdom.
We now have the privilege of witnessing this auspicious ceremony at this international conference.
At this moment, we would like to request our esteemed chief guest and dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward to do us the honor of lighting the lamp. I request all the dignitaries and dais to please take your seat. Thank you so much, respected chief guest and all the dignitaries.
University Song holds a special place in our hearts as it reflects our shared values and tradition. I request everyone on the dais and off the dais to raise for the University Song.
खोज है गुरुकुल की ये संकल्पना, गुरुकुल की ये संकल्पना। ज्ञान की आराधना, ज्ञान की हो साधना, ज्ञान की आराधना, ज्ञान की हो साधना। व्यक्तित्व का विकास ही समृद्धि की है अल्पना। उत्तरों की खोज में प्रश्नों की फसलें खिले, जिज्ञासा के बीज में हर एक के दिल में पले। ज्ञान के दिल पर चले, अज्ञान की है लाडले। सत्य की है कामना, गंतव्य नहीं एक राह है, गुरुकुल की ये संकल्पना। ज्ञान की आराधना, ज्ञान की हो साधना, सत्य की एक खोज है गुरुकुल की ये संकल्पना, गुरुकुल की ये संकल्पना।
I request, please take your seat. Now, proceeding further, I would like to welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Deependra Singh, Chairman, Education Regulation Committee, Pharmacy Council of India. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Meena Rajesh, to welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Deependra Singh, by presenting a sapling as a token of love and gratitude.
With immense pleasure, I would like to welcome our today's guest of honor, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Professor, Divine International Group of Institutions, Gwalior. And I humbly request Dr. Jignesh Doshi, Director, CIRD, JHRU Saikheda, to present a sapling as a token of love and gratitude.
Thank you so much, sir. With great honor, I would like to welcome Dr. Pratap Singh Zedon, Professor, Divine International Group of Institution Gwalior, and I would like to request Dr. DC Shahu, Dean, School of Pharmacy, GHRU Saikheda, to present a sapling as a token of gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I invite Dr. DC Shahu sir, to express his welcome remarks on this inaugural function of APIIR 2024.
Uh, Good morning to one and all. First of all, Good morning to each and everyone, esteemed guests, respected speakers, my colleagues, and the valuable volunteers. On the behalf of organizing committee, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to International Conference on APIIR 2040. We are delighted to see such a deserved gathering of professional researchers, students, who are united by the shared communicated to advising the field of pharmaceutical science and interdisciplinary research. The conference with the theme approach to pharmaceutical insight through interdisciplinary research reflect the pressing need to collaborative exploration and innovation across the different discipline. As we address some of the most critical challenges in the healthcare, drug discovery, therapeutic interventions. This even provide the unique platform for sharing the knowledge, idea, advancement, and the pharmacy, biotechnology, medicines, and beyond. Over the next few days, we are honored to host some new most voices in the form of lectures, pioneer thinkers in the field. Our program features the rise lineup of keynote addresses, panel discussion, interactive sessions over here. I would like to extend my thankful to my distinguished guests, participants, sharing their expertise with us. We hope this conference will be only enhance your knowledge, but also deepen your professionals connections and broaden your perspectives. Thank you once again for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I will now invite respected Dr. Meena Rajesh, Vice Chancellor, GHRU Saikheda, to address the gathering by her opening remarks.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, respected chief guest for the program, my dear faculty members, students and staff. A very warm good morning to one and all. As such, we are late by 45 minutes. But then, as a welcome note, or rather to say an opening remark for this third international conference, I just want to share my thoughts about why we hold this kind of event at our university. What is a major reason behind hosting this conference? Well, I should start with a topic that is being coined for this particular third international conference. That is something related with pharmacy and interdisciplinary research. I, being a layman in the entire hall, like I am a non-pharmacy graduate, so I don't have anything to talk about the research or the subject matter. But as a layman, what I think about why we had coined this particular topic or what importance this topic has is more or less, I could share my a small story of my journey, life journey. You know, there is a clinical part called DVT, like there is a problem that is faced by a human being called DVT. I don't know how many of you know about DVT. That is deep vein thrombosis, they say. My husband has, and he has for the last 30 years. And now recently, we are part and parcel of the DVT is part and parcel of our lifestyle. Like he has to take a lifelong a medicine, an anticoagulant medicine called warfarin. Now this tablet, whenever he has to take it daily. Fine. And you people are better known for the tablets. It has certain chemical reactions. So he cannot have any kind of vitamin K in his diet. Fine. That was a very big minus point for him, because he cannot have any kind of green vegetables, neither, abhi winter aa raha hai to matar, cabbage, cauliflowers, capsicums, nothing in green, or tomato for that matter, he cannot have. And we used to struggle a lot because it's been years. And whenever we go to doctor, like earlier days, the first thing after seeing his report, the first thing the doctor used to ask was, how much do you drink? Because people who are alcoholic have this kind of usually have this kind of DVT problems. And we used to say that he's a teetotaler, he doesn't have any kind of bad habits. And recently we met a senior doctor in AIMS, wherein we, as a patient, we could realize that this could be treated in a holistic way, because it's more of a lifestyle problem. It's more about how much you drink, how you keep your body hydrated. It's more about psychological, many departments were involved. He kept away the medicines. He, of course, changed the medicine from warfarin to a medicine called Xarelto. I don't know, like maybe the faculties over here would know. They have found out a medicine which is quite costly in nature, which doesn't have any kind of diet restriction. So we were happy, more happy. And then the doctor introduced us to a yoga practitioner, a lifestyle, coach. And that was a moment where I felt that any one department like pharmacy or a medicine cannot operate all alone. You need to have a participation of different departments to have a outcome that you wanted to have. So I think the title which is coined here, like the pharmacy and say the interdisciplinary research involved in pharmacy, would play a major role. Right now, at this time moment, I think ignoring AI or data analytics would be a major crime, because they have become part and parcel of any kind of research that you need to do it. So I find this particular topic or this particular theme would really would add value to the researchers, to the students, as well as to the faculty members over here. And my another sharing for the students would be, take this opportunity of having the conference, this event, as more for a networking platform, because the days are of hybrid mode. Like, there are people sitting at home and want to attend conferences. Their minus point is the kind of networking that would happen in real time. There are many people from industry over here, from other colleges over here, professors here, with whom you as a youngster could do networking and learn more. So I take this opportunity of congratulating all the organizers that they have put in heart and soul of organizing this 2-day event. There has been lot of ifs and buts here and there. And I also welcome those people who have trusted us in terms of being a sponsorer for the event, by way of being a keynote speaker or for the speaker for various sessions over here, that they have trusted us, they have come and spared their valuable time. So I once again congratulate all the organizing team, and also wish the participants that you have a 2-day good learning experience over here and learn something new. As a layman, what I felt that interdisciplinary research is a must, is a need of an hour, and it has made people like us, our life much better than before. So I wish you all good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom. Before we proceed further, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guest who has graced us with his presence today. We have with us Dr. Deependra Singh, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your support and for being a part of this event. Dr. Deependra Singh is presently working at University Institute of Pharmacy, Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, India, one of the oldest and biggest universities in the state. He is the nominated member of PCI New Delhi. He is serving as a chairman of Education Regulation Committee, PCI. He has around 19 years of teaching and research experiences. He has published more than 110 research and review paper in national and international journals. He has 2 Indians and 2 international patents granted. He has completed several projects funded by UGC, AICTE, ICMR, and DST. He is recipient of prestigious Department of Health Research ICMR Young Indian Biomedical Scientist Awards 2019, UGC Raman International Award 2014, and UGC Research Award 2012 to 2014 by University Grant Commission. N- He is among the top 2% list of scientists worldwide in the field of pharmacy and pharmacology surveyed by Stanford University in the year 2021, 22, and 23. Recently, he is conferred with the prestigious APTI Dr. LVG Nargund of Nargund Research Foundation for the Professor C.J. Shisho Award for Research in Pharmaceutical Sciences, a recognition that highlights his exceptional teaching abilities, research accomplishment, and dedication to shaping the future of pharmacy education. He also has a number of prestigious awards at state level for excellence in research. He is a life member of various professional bodies like Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Association of Pharmacy Teachers of India, and Indian Society of Pharmacognosy, and serving as a Vice President, Central Zone APTI and IPGA. He has been to numerous countries for scientific and research collaborations, such as National Center for Natural Product Research, School of Pharmacy, University of Mississippi, Mississippi, USA, School of Medical Science, Deakin University, Australia, AIMSG University, Malaysia, and University Sultan Zainal Abidin, Kuala Terengganu, Malaysia. I humbly request sir to share his views.
Thank you so much for introducing me. And I always say that apart from this, I'm only a learner, learning day by day, learning from everywhere. A very warm good morning to all of you. Indeed, a pleasure to be in this beautiful campus. And first of all, I am very thankful to your dean, Professor Sahu, that who continuously, I can say, not requested me, he continuously ordered me, you have to come. And continuously he was following, and I don't think so ki I every day I have seen his message on asking about ki what is your plan now. So little bit he was also worried that I'll come, but I said I committed that I'll come. And we reached here late night, and right now we are along with you. Indeed, it was my interest to interact with the students, friends. Presently I am having a responsibility of drafting the new syllabus, and I am moving all over the India and interacting with the student and teachers and stakeholders that what is their need. So rather, maybe he was interested in inviting me, but I was more interested in coming to this place to interact with you people, that how and what is in your mind, what you are thinking about the new syllabus. Because if you'll see the uh, our syllabus, it almost took more than 10 years to be revised. Last year was 2014, and now it is 2024, and we are working on the new syllabus. But right now, again, if you'll see, I always from every platform I'm saying that we are in the era of change. If you look to the education, then a 360-degree change is in the education. We are working on NEP 2020, and it is entirely different. The system, what they want or what they wish to say. If you'll see the crux of NEP 2020, they are talking very differently. We are again talking to going into the roots what were earlier we had. अब मैं So if you'll see NEP 2020 core, what right now what we are having a class of student, and teacher is moving inside that. And in NEP 2020 what we are saying, that there will be a class of teacher and a student will go there. This is the basic difference. अभी आप बी फॉर्म फर्स्ट ईयर की क्लास है, उसमें एक टीचर जाता है, अपना सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा के आ जाता है. हम NEP 2020 में एक ऐसे क्लास की बात कर रहे हैं जहां पे आपका एक सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट है, वो अपनी क्लास पढ़ाता है, और जो लोग भी वो सब्जेक्ट को अडॉप्ट करते हैं, लेते हैं, वो उनकी क्लास में जाके बैठेंगे. So this is the difference. We are talking about choices. We are talking about preferences, liberty to choose your subject, liberty to take U-turns. Right now, if you'll see our education system, you cannot take U-turn. Once you have decided that you are pursuing your career in arts, then you have to take arts. If you have opted maths, start kar liya, you cannot take U-turn. So we are not having option. For example, if you have done your 12th in commerce and arts, then you cannot opt pharmacy. Like that, we are having so many restrictions in the existing system. But again, what we are talking, अगर आप देखेंगे तो जो हमारे पुराना सिस्टम था, हमारा पुराना सिस्टम क्या था कि एक गुरु होते थे, वो एक्सपर्ट होते थे, सब उनके आश्रम में जाते थे, वो विद्या सीखते थे, फिर दूसरे जगह आते थे. तो that is more or less it is based on that कि you are taking the classes of expert of that subject. I'll have my subject of molecular biology. Those who are having or those who have taken in the university molecular biology, which is relevant to any of the stream, because molecular biology is a basic subject, can be utilized in medicine, it can be utilized in nursing, it can be utilized in pharmacy or other associated subject, biotechnology and everywhere. So a student who are taking that subject, they can come to the class of experts. And it is not a new thing. It is already existing. If you'll go to the so-called advanced countries, there they are having the such type of system in the university system. And again, we are talking about that system. So again, this is a time of change in the education. If you'll see the field of technology and uh, what I can say that existing tools and apps which are available for you, then again we are going through a very big change. Or there is a, because few months back or 5-6 months back, we were talking only about that AI will come, there is chat GPT, and now everybody is having this technology in their hand. So this is the chat. I don't know how many people you are using chat GPT. कितने लोग use कर रहे हैं? बहुत सारा number है. And you understand better that what chat GPT can do. So this is again, we are very much responsible now, because from every time I'm talking to the student and to the staff, I'm saying that initially there was a problem for getting information. Getting information was very difficult. So many teachers, senior teachers are sitting here, Agrawal sir is there, and they have seen the time where if you are asking for any scientific literature, requiring any scientific literature, then you have to wait for months. You will go to the library, you will put your request, they will send it to some other library, then photocopy will come and it will be provided to you. Then you will go through that paper and you will give your answer question, or you will give the answer. So there was a long time wait for that, getting any information or that data for any research. But right now, this is not an issue. Information is flowing from everywhere. Then now the issue is how you are using this information, how you are utilizing this technology for you. And again, what the biggest problem we are having right now. Yesterday also, I was interacting with the student of first year, and I was saying that when I was in my college, or I was in my school, I was having my friends, I was having my college, I was having my teacher, principal, sports, ground, everything was with me. But right now, if you ask your student of this time, they are only having phone with them. And if you are having your phone, you can spend hours with that, and you are not requiring anything else. So this is the biggest change. And again, the research is saying that maybe you know that your phone or what you are keeping, that will sound beep, or like when you'll get the message or email. But most of the people are a habit of checking in every few seconds or minutes. They used to check their phone. They know that the message is not there, but again they will do it, because you are trained, your brain is like that, you are dependent on that. And just I have seen with, I'm sharing practical with you, I have seen my kid. He's no doubt he is using the technology phone for everything. But if I'll say him ki you leave your phone, then he will say ki, okay, I'll not eat, but you give my phone. That is the issue. And everywhere I have seen, aap thoda apna phone ko alag rakhiye, you will start behaving differently. So that is the issue what I am narrating to, that along with the technology, you have to become the master of the technology, not the slave of the technology. फोन आप अपने काम के लिए रखिए, ऐसा नहीं हो कि फोन आपसे काम लेने लग जाए. And again, I was saying कि we were having so many people and friends and surroundings, but right now, if you want to eat good food, order through app. your phone is there. आपको कहीं जाना है, फोन है, यू कैन बुक टिकट, कहीं भी चले जाएं. इवन आपको शादी करनी है तो आपको बहुत सारा ऑप्शन देता है कि उसी से कर लो आके, आप देख के. So you are having so many apps and facility there. So that's why I'm saying ki there is a this is a time that we should be very much aware. The new budding pharmacists who are working or who are studying pharmacy, then there is a great responsibility to us also, because this is very important, that what the knowledge you are acquiring, what the practicals and classes you are taking, take it very seriously. Because friends, I am sharing with you, just now I was sharing with Professor Agarwal sahab, when I was trying to uh, take pharmacy education in my state, there was only 2 colleges with 40 or 60 intake. So it was very difficult to take admission in pharmacy. So I came to that one college, Guru Nanak College was there at Nagpur, and I tried to take admission in there also. So there was such time. But right now, if you'll see, the time has changed. You are having the things are very easy. Few years back, there were only 2,500 or 3,000 colleges. Right now, it is more than 6,500 colleges. More than 6,000 colleges are there existing. So within a year, the number is double. And that's why the competition is also double. So there is again great responsibility to the student, that they should they should realize that they are very important component of healthcare system, and their knowledge matters. Why I'm telling you, at that time we were just fighting for the existence, that we most of the time we used to explain the people that we do pharmacy, and pharmacy is a course which is integral part of healthcare system. We have to explain to everybody ki B Pharm is a course. But right now this is not situation. We are just working for to get respect in the healthcare system, and that respect will come with your knowledge. Most of the people who are sitting, they take the like madam was sharing talking about the interactions, and that how she is facing with prescription. But most of the time we are in a position to challenge any doctor's prescription. What, maybe you are a pharmacist, you are trained in pharmacy, but I don't think so anybody has at any time challenged the prescription of a doctor, because we never consider that we should challenge. And that why it is there, because you are not very good in your subject. We always think that how we are so important. एक डॉक्टर अपने पढ़ाई में मिस्टेक क्यों नहीं करता? Why they take their course very seriously? आपने कभी सोचा है कि जब वो एमबीबीएस करते हैं तो अपने कोर्स को इतना सीरियसली क्यों लेते हैं? क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि अगर वो गलती करेंगे तो किसी की जान जाएगी. Equally, you people are also very important in this field if you take the stake. हम क्या करते हैं? हम अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को छोड़ते हैं कि हमसे क्या होता है. नो, अगेन यू आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जब आप ये समझना स्टार्ट करेंगे कि मैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हूँ सिस्टम में, मेरे बिना ये सिस्टम नहीं चलेगा, मेरा नॉलेज जो है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है, देन यू विल फाइंड द पीपल विल स्टार्ट रेस्पेक्टिंग यू. जब आप इतना गट्स रखेंगे कि डॉक्टर अपना प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखेगा और आप अपना सजेशन देंगे कि नो, व्हाट यू आर राइटिंग, इट इज हैविंग इंटरेक्शन विद दिस फूड, डोंट राइट दैट. जैसे मैडम कह रही थी कि कोई सीजनल है एंड यू दैट ही इज हैविंग अ रिएक्शन टुवर्ड्स और ही इज सेंसिटिव टुवर्ड्स द विटामिन के, then it should come from the within the prescription in that season. If you are writing such prescription, then it should be avoided. Caution should be given to the patient कि no, if you are taking this drug, don't take with this food. In this season, you take precaution of this. आप में से कितने लोग prescription को fill करते हैं और उनको suggestion देते हैं? We never do that. Prescription will come, you will dispense. That's all. Anybody you have seen, आप लोग दवाइयां खरीदते हैं, किसी ने आपको suggestion दिया, advice दिया, counseling करी? That was our duty. And why we are failing? Because we are a practicing profession, and we are not practicing our profession. We are just behaving like a trader, that you have to sell the drug, you are selling it, you have to market the drug, you have to manufacture the drug. That's why this is the situation where what the position we are requiring in the society, specifically in the healthcare, we are lagging there. That is the issue. Once if you will start practicing your profession, then you will find there is a difference in the perception of the public, that what the perception. No doubt, after COVID, people have changed their view specifically related to the pharmacist. And I'm sharing with you that after COVID government, there was a Chintan Sivir, and all the medical professions were called by the government, and pharmacy comes from the pharmacy council. I also attended that Chintan Sivir. In that, they were talking about that, because at that time the situation was so horrible that doctors were in the hospital, nurses were in the hospital, there was nobody to counsel or give proper information to the public. So at that time, pharmacists played a very important role during that days, because pharmacy, if you'll see the data, pharmacy stores are the places which are very readily available among the society. And most of the time people went to them, they asked, they taken their medicine, and they have counseled them. So this thing was underlined by the government also, and they discussed how you can reduce the workload of the doctors in the hospital. So there was a lot of discussion, and finally it was decided after so many discussions and uh, guidelines that every hospital should have a clinical pharmacist a clinical pharmacist there to take the patient history, to report the drug interaction. Why I'm telling you, because if you'll see those who are working in this area, one drug from last 10 or 20 years we are using, and once after 10 years it comes that this drug is having so many problems and this is so many side effects, and this drug is banned. And if you see about that drug, if you after we are after in advanced country it was banned before 5-6 years before, and now we are working on it. And why this is because we are not reporting it, we are not having any system of report of interaction or side effects, or like this is not drug is not giving proper activity, or it is having so many side effects. So there is no system of reporting it. So that's why this again these posts are created, and we are that very soon you will have an order of a government that every hospital have to keep one clinical pharmacist there. Also, if I'll talk about the new syllabus, again the council is working on the new syllabus, and it is in line with the NEP 2020, because more or less up if you the education system is maybe it is right now it is not very much strictly implemented to the pharmacy, but again we are working in line with that. And from the what the new syllabus will come, you will have options in that now, because if you'll see the last syllabus or since last what we have done, it was more focused toward the industrial pharmacy, and we have done very good in that also. क्योंकि अगर आप देखें कि जो हमने टारगेट लिया था इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन और इंडस्ट्रियल फार्मेसी को फोकस किया था, तो हमने इंडस्ट्री में बहुत अच्छा किया। आपको सबको पता होगा कि हमने इंडस्ट्री में हम वर्ल्ड के फार्मेसी के रूप में जाने जाते हैं। वी आर नोन एज अ वर्ल्ड फार्मेसी, एंड एवरी थर्ड पिल विच इज कंज्यूम्ड बाय द वर्ल्ड इट इज मैन्युफैक्चर्ड इन इंडिया। एंड इट इज ऑलवेज सेड दैट कि मे बी एनीबडी विल डिस्कवर एनी टाइप ऑफ वैक्सीन, but they have to come through the door of India, because we are having such facility of manufacturing it. So we have done very good in that area. But again, if you'll see pharmacy practice, we are lagging there. Hospital pharmacy, clinical pharmacy, social pharmacy, we are lagging. So again, what in the new syllabus there will be focus over, along with the industrial pharmacy, there will be focus on the clinical and hospital pharmacy also. So from new syllabus, again you can have a 3 type of degrees can be you can opt. That is, one is B.Pharm major with clinical hospital pharmacy, B.Pharm major with the industrial pharmacy, and there will be a plain B.Pharm. There will be option for the students, they can opt anything. And after the second year, if you will opt that particular branch, then you will have a specialized subject in that area. So after 4 years you will be specialized in that area, and you will be industry ready for that. So I'll be sharing with you all for your comments also. I'll give my email, and if you're having anything in mind that related to the syllabus, you please suggest me, or you can give your suggestion to me. One thing I always say that सबसे पहले जो सबसे important काम होता है, आप अपने आप को बहुत important समझें। आप इतना important समझें कि आपके बिना ये दुनिया नहीं चलेगी। तो आत्मगौरव का भाव होना सबसे important बात होती है कि I am very important. The day you will start thinking about that कि you are very important, then you will realize कि what you are having inside you. मैं बहुत बार अपने बच्चों से इंटरेक्ट करता हूँ और मैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि तुम बहुत सेल्फिश रहो, तो पहला रिएक्शन उनका नेगेटिव रहता है कि सेल्फिश वर्ड अपने आप में नेगेटिव वर्ड है। मैंने बोला आप बहुत सेल्फिश रहो, ऐसा करो आप अपने लिए पढ़ लो, किसी को मत बताओ, सिर्फ अपने लिए पढ़ो, अपने लिए करो, किसी के लिए कुछ मत करो। सो दे से कि सर मतलब उनका पहला रिएक्शन है कि ये तो अच्छी बात नहीं है। ये अच्छी बात है, आप कुछ भी अच्छा काम करो, आप अकेले अच्छा काम करो, उस अच्छे काम को आप अपने आप तक नहीं रख सकते हो। यहाँ बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं, जो सीनियर लोग हैं, उनने अपनी इंडस्ट्री खड़ी करी, उनने इंडस्ट्री अपने लिए खड़ी करी। वो इंडस्ट्री क्या उनके लिए है क्या? आज उस पर 500,000 लोगों को उन्होंने जॉब दे रखा है, 500,000 लोग उनके यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे जगह नाम कर रहे हैं। मैं साहब से नहीं रिलेटेड हूँ, फिर भी उनको 10 जगह मैं क्लेम करूंगा कि हमारे महाराष्ट्र के वो हैं, वो टीचर थे, वो इंडस्ट्री में गए, इन्होंने इंडस्ट्री खड़ी करी और उन्होंने इतना अच्छा काम किया। आई एम टेकिंग द क्रेडिट ऑफ दैट। इफ यू विल टॉप इन द क्लास, योर क्लासमेट्स विल क्लेम कि ही इज माई क्लासमेट। अगर मैं आज कोई अच्छा काम करता हूँ, पूरे ऑल ओवर इंडिया मेरा नाम होता है, तो अगेन योर यूनिवर्सिटी विल क्लेम, योर क्लास विल क्लेम, योर फैमिली विल क्लेम, योर विलेज विल क्लेम, योर सिटी विल क्लेम। आप अच्छे किए हुए काम को अपने तक रोक ही नहीं सकते हो, लोग उसको शेयर कर लेंगे। आप शेयर कर दोगे आप. So there is no need that you are working कि I'll be generous and I'm not working for this, I'm not working for that. No, you work for yourself. Everybody will be benefited by that, but you start working on it. Most of the time we are in search of something good. I always used to say that if you are studying in this university, this is the best university in the world. If these teachers are teaching you, they are the best teacher in the world. First thing you consider this. Once if you will get satisfied, then you will do very good. I always used to share this story with my student. मैं बहुत सारे लोग होंगे जिनने मेडिकल की तैयारी, कितने लोगों ने मेडिकल की तैयारी करी थी ईमानदारी से? ईमानदारी से कितने लोगों ने मेडिकल की तैयारी करी थी? अभी बहुत ईमानदारी कम है. मोस्ट ऑफ द आप देखेंगे कि इट इज अ फैक्ट. बहुत सारे जो हम फार्मेसी वाले जो रहते हैं, फार्मा प्रोफेशन में आते हैं, दे स्टार्ट प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द मेडिकल. For any reason, if they not get selected, they opt pharmacy as a second career in the healthcare system. I was also among them. मेरा भी सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ था. But when I opted this career, then I worked very hard to be at the top of that career. आप जिसको भी फील्ड ऑप्ट कर लो और आप उसमें काम करना चालू करो, तो आप एक अच्छे उस फील्ड में आपने एक अच्छा नाम बना लिया. दैट इज अप टू यू. सो व्हेन आई वाज डूइंग दैट, एक बच्चा मेरे साथ ट्रैवल कर रहा था ट्रेन में, तो मैंने उसको बोला कि आप बहुत फैमिलियर दिखते हो मुझे. तो ही सेड कि यस, मेरा पेपर में फोटो छपा था. अभी मतलब क्यों? तो उसने बोला कि मेरा पेपर में फोटो इसलिए छपा था, मैंने मेडिकल एंट्रेंस में टॉप किया. सो अगेन, अगर मुझे सक्सेस नहीं मिली तो मैं जरूर, मेरा इंटरेस्ट रहता है कि उसने कैसे पढ़ाई करी, उसने टॉप किया. मैंने पूछा तुमने क्या किया, कैसे पढ़ाई करी थी, टॉप किया? तो वो शेयर कर रहा था कि उसके पास सिर्फ 3 बुक थी, फिजिक्स, केमिस्ट्री और बायोलॉजी की. उसने कोई भाग दौड़ नहीं करी दूसरे कोर्सेज और नोट्स के लिए और किसी चीज पे जाने के लिए, पर उसको वो तीनों बुक्स अपनी अच्छे से आती थी. Why I'm sharing with you, most of the time we are in search of something good. It will come and we will do it. कुछ अच्छा आएगा तो हम उसको लेके उससे कर लेंगे. आप कोचिंग में जाएंगे तो आपको बहुत सारे फिजिक्स के लिए 3 रेफरेंस बुक मिलेगी, उसके गाइड मिलेंगे, उसके नोट्स मिलेंगे, और हम कहीं उसी के बीच में फंसे रहते हैं. और लेकिन फिजिक्स है. इफ यू सेलेक्ट एनी गुड बुक एंड इफ यू गो थ्रू इट, आपको पूरा किताब अपने अच्छे से आता है, पूरी पढ़ाई आपने अच्छे से की है, डेफिनेटली यू आर गोइंग टू डू गुड इन दैट. So that's why I'm suggesting you कि what the time you are having, what the friends you are having, what the class you are having, just it is the best thing which is available to you. Don't search for anything. What it is available, just capitalize on it. That is required. So that was my request to all. Again, there are few things which I was willing to share with you. Being a teacher, I can talk for hours, and I'm having so many things to share with you all. But as we are having limitation of time and we are already running late, but there are few things which I want to share with you, and I'm expecting that you will opt that thing for your life. And definitely if you opt these things, you will see change in your life. That first thing is, say no to addiction, any type of addiction. And I'm starting with the phone. Phone is also an addiction. Keep an habit of keeping your phone aside. मैं यहाँ आया तो बहुत खुश था. पहला स्टेटमेंट में था कि यहाँ यू पीपल आर वेरी हैप्पी बिकॉज यहाँ बहुत सारे कंपनीज के नेटवर्क नहीं आ रहे हैं. माई फोन इज ऑफ बिकॉज आई एम नॉट गेटिंग नेटवर्क इन माई फोन, सो आई एम नॉट गेटिंग एनी फोन. सो ये बहुत अच्छा कैंपस है कि यहाँ नेटवर्क ही नहीं आता है. सो आई एम हैप्पी. बट अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू कि जस्ट कीप अ हैबिट. डोंट बी एडिक्टेड टू एनीथिंग. आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट ड्रग, but don't be addicted to anything. So keep yourself away from the addiction. That is my first and foremost what I am expecting that you will opt. Then do exercise. Do exercise at least 45 minutes a day. Why I'm telling you? Because you are in a profession where you are dealing with the suffering people. People are diseased, people are depressed, and we have to deal with them. So if you want to deal them properly, then you should be very healthy. Mentally and physically you should be very fit, because it is expected. आप जो बीमार है और उसके सामने आप भी वैसी हालत में हो कि आप उनको एडवाइस कर रहे हो कि आपको हेल्थ बहुत अच्छा रखना चाहिए और आपकी खुद भी बुरी हालत है. Why he will take your advice? So that is very much required from our people, that they should be fit, personality wise, physically, mentally, because then only you can support your patient to whom you are dealing. जो आपसे लोग इंटरेक्ट करेंगे उनको आप अच्छा सजेशन दे सकोगे और अच्छी बात कर सकोगे. तो ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है जिसको आप, मुझे एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ कि मैं आप ऑप्ट करेंगे कि सिर्फ 45 मिनट्स, जो अच्छा लगता है, स्पोर्ट्स अच्छा लगता है, चलना पैदल अच्छा लगता है, वो करें. जो भी फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज करना है आप करें. 45 मिनट्स अपने आप को दें. यू विल फाइंड चेंज इन योरसेल्फ. देन थर्ड थिंग, ऑलवेज रेस्पेक्ट योर टीचर्स एंड पेरेंट्स. Always respect. Maybe sometime you will find that you are more educated than your parents. Sometime you will find that you are more qualified than your teacher. But still, keep respecting your parents and teacher. अगर आपके ऊपर उनका आशीर्वाद है तो आप बहुत अच्छा करेंगे. There are only two people in this universe who are happy when they are beaten. Your teacher and your parent. पूरी दुनिया में ये दो ही लोग हैं जिनको आप हराओगे तो खुश होंगे. बाकी 3 इडियट्स का कहानी तो आपको पता ही है. ठीक है, बाकी कोई थोड़ी देर खुश होंगे. एंड वी आर लैकिंग राइट नाउ, वी आर लैकिंग अ क्वालिटी ऑफ एप्रिशिएटिंग ईच अदर. आई हैव सीन दिस. Maybe you are moving through the Facebook and you can like your friend post, but you will not put or you will not press like. We are lacking in appreciating. That also keep the habit of appreciating each other. If anybody is doing good, appreciate. That also add in your personality too. हम किसी अच्छे को अच्छा बोलना भी अपने आप में क्वालिटी है. और हो सकता है आप जब ऐसा करेंगे आप पॉजिटिव रहेंगे. तो मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं कि आप पॉजिटिव तो रहें, नेगेटिव से भी दूर रहें. That is also very required. So always respect your teachers and parents. Fourth thing which is I am requesting, that plant at least one tree in a year. एक पौधा पूरे साल में, जो दिन अच्छा लगता है. आपका जन्मदिन हो, आपकी माता जी का जन्मदिन हो, आप अपने माता के लिए, पेरेंट के लिए, बच्चे के लिए, जिसके लिए लगाना चाहते हैं, एटलीस्ट आप एक कैलेंडर बना, हर साल एक पौधा लगाया. और जब वो पौधा आपके साथ बड़ा होगा तो आप देखेंगे कि आपने क्या चेंज किया. आप एक प्लांट, सिर्फ एक, ओनली वन. ठीक है, ईच ईयर. एंड लास्ट, दैट इनकलकेट द हैबिट ऑफ रीडिंग, नॉट फ्रॉम द फोन. आप सोने के पहले अपना फोन रख दो. जो अच्छा लगता है, कहानी पढ़ना अच्छा लगता है, नॉवल पढ़ना अच्छा लगता है, आपको न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना अच्छा लगता है, जो भी पढ़ना अच्छा लगता है, फिजिकल पेपर से पढ़ना स्टार्ट करो. फिजिकल पेपर से, कोई भी कागज फिजिकल होना चाहिए. आप पढ़ते समय उसको, आप सोते समय, सोने के पहले आप पढ़ के सो. एक हैबिट डालो कि मुझे पढ़ के सोना है. आप पढ़ के सोगे तो सुबह बढ़ के उठोगे. ठीक है. सो दीज आर द फ्यू थिंग्स व्हिच आई वाज रिक्वायरिंग फ्रॉम यू ऑल. सो थैंक यू फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी इन दिस कैंपस. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor G.H. Sai Kheda to present a memento to express our gratitude to our eminent Chief Guest, Dr. Deependra Singh, for his invaluable guidance. Please have a big round of applause.
Now I request Dr. Manisha Kavadkar to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to our eminent guest of honor, Dr. Vikas Sharma.
Now I request Dr. D.C. Shahu, sir, to present a memento as a token of gratitude to our eminent guest, Dr. Pratap Singh. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, and delegates, we have reached a moment of great significance in our conference. It is an honor to present the release of the abstract book, a compilation of pioneering research insights and ideas shared by scholars and experts from around the world. To mark this moment, I invite all the dignitaries on the dais to officially release the abstract book.
I request Professor Amol There sir, who is editor of this book, please come on the stage.
Let us have a big thank you, sir. We hope you have a rewarding and inspiring experience at APIR 2024. Remember to make the most of the opportunity to learn, share, and innovate.
Thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey of discovery. Let's make APIR 2024 a memorable and transformative experience for us all. We have an exciting day ahead of us, filled with knowledge, networking, and a touch of cultural exchange. We hope you have a fruitful and memorable experience.
Oh. Thank you, all the dignitaries on the dais, for being here with us. Moving ahead for an important avenue of today's event, we are blessed to have the sponsors of APIR 2024 with us. We have with us Dr. Narendra Aglawar, CEO of Arco Life Sciences, and Dr. Saurabh Jinturkar, Managing Director of Deputy Pharmaceuticals. I request them to please come on a stage. I request Dr. Deependra Singh sir to please give sir a token of love and gratitude. Please have a big round of applauses. I also request Dr. Abhijit Munshi sir to please come on a stage. Thank you to all the dignitaries for being here.
Excellence is the gradual result of continuous efforts, and endless research is the key to academic excellence.
With this inspiring quote, we are heading towards our scientific session and technical sessions to gain knowledge and make the conference fruitful and memorable. It is my privilege to welcome you to the next session of our international conference, a space where knowledge meets innovation and expertise drives progress.
We are honored to have with us today an exceptional guest, Dr. Shivam Srivastav, country head, Zydus Group, Tanzania, who will be leading this scientific session. I request Dr. Jignesh Doshi and Dr. Shivam Srivastav to occupy the dais. I request Dr. Jignesh Doshi to welcome Dr. Shivam Srivastav by presenting a sapling as a token of love and gratitude.
I request everyone to please have a big round of applause. Please, sir. Dr. Shivam Srivastav is currently working with the Zydus Life Care Limited as a country manager from June 2022 to present. He started his career as a production supervisor in Pfizer Pharmaceuticals in 2010. He has worked with Philips Pharmaceutical Tanzania Limited as a country manager for Menarini Pharmaceuticals, Novartis, and Octa Pharma from April 2019 to May 2024. We invite you, sir, to conduct the session ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys? You all are fine? Okay. First of all, I will really like to thanks H Raisoni University, its team, everyone here that they are really organizing such a wonderful program. So that and this program I will say कि it is definitely for you guys. ये program आप लोगों के लिए ही है so that आपको पता चले कि हाँ pharmaceuticals okay सो दैट आपको पता चले कि हाँ फार्मास्यूटिकल्स में वर्ल्ड वाइड क्या क्या चीजें हो रही हैं बिकॉज व्हाट इज अभी जो मैं गैप फील करता हूँ लाइक आई पास्ड बी फार्मा इन 2010 तो 2010 में बहुत कुछ बुक में मेंशन नहीं था जो जो हम लोगों को लगा कि जब हम लोग जॉब में आए देन वी रियलाइज्ड कि जो बुक में है और जो रियल वर्ल्ड में उसमें बहुत कुछ चेंजेस है तो इसीलिए मैं स्पेशली इस यूनिवर्सिटी डॉक्टर साहू एंड एवरीवन मैं उन लोग का बहुत थैंकफुल हूँ कि दे आर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दीज थिंग्स फॉर यू सो दैट यू गाइज ऑल्सो गेट अपॉर्चुनिटी टू इंटरेक्ट विद अस एंड नो कि क्या हो रहा है और मैं अपनी तरफ से भी ये कहना चाहूंगा दो टुडे वी हैव प्रेजेंटेशन ऑन द बायोसिमिलर्स व्हिच इज अ बिट साइंटिफिक टॉपिक बट अगर आपके मन में भी कोई डाउट है रिगार्डिंग द करियर रिगार्डिंग समथिंग जो आपने सिर्फ सुना हुआ है कहीं से एंड यू थिंक आपको उसमें करियर परस्यू करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए करियर का आपको पता होता है कि ये मैंने टॉपिक सुना है लेट्स से मेडिकल अफेयर्स या फार्माकोविजिलेंस एंड देन यू डोंट नो अबाउट द कंपनीज यू डोंट नो कि कहाँ से अप्रोच स्टार्ट करें तो वो चीजें भी आप पूछ सकते हैं जो मुझे पता होगा डेफिनेटली आई विल शेयर और जो नहीं पता होगा दैट आई विल लाइक कि ना मैं उसको मिस्टर साहू या किसी को भी आई विल जस्ट लेट देम नो तो वो आपको बाद में करेक्ट कर लेंगे तो आई रिक्वेस्ट कि इस सेशन को अपन थोड़ा सा इंटरेक्टिव रखते हैं इट शुड नॉट बी लाइक कि आई एम स्पीकिंग और आप सुन रहे हैं लेट्स नॉट मेक लाइक दैट ओके बिकॉज 10 आज से 12-13 इयर्स बैक वी वर आल्सो स्टूडेंट्स सिटिंग देयर ओनली तो आई अंडरस्टैंड कि बहुत कुछ आता है मन में बट वी डिड नॉट आस्क बट आई विल ओनली से डोंट हेजिटेट टू आस्क जस्ट आस्क द थिंग्स आज पूछ लोगे तो आगे का रोड मैप क्लियर रहेगा आज आप नहीं पूछोगे ये सोच के कि कौन क्या सोच रहा है ना तो फिर वो हमेशा आपके मन में एक क्वेरी बनी रहेगी ओके So let's start with the scientific session first. You all are aware what the biosimilars is. one is innovator. Innovators are the research molecule, and the generic medicines are those which we copy from the innovator. Just say, let me start giving small examples. Calpol is a paracetamol, which is a innovator of GlaxoSmithKline. But nowadays, if you go in market, you will see lot of other companies which is producing paracetamol, right? That is the difference between innovator and generic. Likewise, biosimilars, वो चीजें होती हैं जैसे insulin. All of you must have heard about Novo Nordisk. Semaglutide का नाम सुना हुआ है सबने यहाँ पे? Okay, biosimilars जो होते हैं ना, they are basically the molecules, the gene therapy medicines जो होती हैं, anticlonal antibodies जो होती हैं, that are a kind of copy from the innovator molecules. Why we need these kind of medicines? Because if you go for the innovator molecules, na, their cost is very high. And when we see the market, the country, worldwide, everyone needs a care for their life, which is, at least economical. And biosimilars are those kind of medicine which are used mostly in the cancers and leukemias. इस तरह की जो high ended high cost therapy medicines होती हैं, उसमें we use biosimilars. Why I took biosimilars topic here? To make you know that this is among the marketing and the manufacturing as well as the regulatory of biosimilars जो अभी है ना, it is one of the very latest thing. अभी पूरा world जो है ना, they are working for biosimilars. So that's why. Please change. Okay. Introduction of biosimilars. As I mentioned, biosimilars are the biological medical products highly similar to the already approved the reference biologicals. Okay. As I mentioned, biosimilars जो होते हैं, they are not generic. They are just the made from the biological things. Next. As mentioned before, biosimilars are not the generic drugs. They are the complex molecules which are derived from the living organism. The regulatory pathway for biosimilars ensured that they meet stringent standards for quality, safety, efficacy, and making them a viable option for the patient and healthcare system. Next. Bhaiya. Change. See, biosimilars was first developed in 1980s. 1980s was that time when Eli Lilly was working for human insulin. If you see before that, for diabetes, we have a certain other kind of things. But 1980s was the era when Eli Lilly come with the insulin, and that's the time. And that time, price of insulin was very high in the market. But now you see, even in your books also you read now there are different kind of insulin, long acting insulin, short acting insulin, long lipid chain, smart lipid chain. So the concept of biosimilar, it started in 1980s. They are basically the complex protein monoclonal antibodies which work from the DNA manipulation. I hope insulin is in the book. आप most of the लोगों ने insulin यहाँ पे पढ़ा होगा, कैसे E. coli bacteria से first time उन्होंने insulin extract किया था. Correct? So it's the same one. Next. If you see other example, nowadays there are many other things also which work as a biosimilar. They are cytokinins, hormone, interleukin, human insulin, human albumin 20%, human albumin 5%, enzyme, vaccines, cell-based therapies which are nowadays used for the treatment, and up to 50% share in the global pharmaceutical market in the next few years. As I mentioned, biosimilars का जो market है ना, अभी वो बहुत तेजी से grow up कर रहा है. तो अभी आप जिस तरह से pharmaceutical market देखते हैं grow कर रहा है, if you divide pharmaceutical market into two things, one biosimilar and one is medicine, it is presumed in next 5-6 years na biosimilar market will cover almost 50%. And the good thing is India is the major contributor in pharmaceutical as well as biosimilar products. If you see the statically and globally the graph, though we say India is number one in producing the pills, if you see in the world, भारत जो है वो पूरे दुनिया में नंबर 1 पे आता है मेडिसिन मैन्युफैक्चर करने में. तो from that kind of thing, you can imagine ki how important your role is and how important Indian nation is for the world, so that they can make it in a good way. Next. Use of biosimilars, as I mentioned, it's a blood condition for Pancytopenias, it is used in the cancer, as I mentioned before also. It is used for autoimmune disorders like rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, and Crohn's disease. Next. Manufacturing process, in just 4 lines, I will say. It's very simple. Just for your knowledge, we are mentioning it. It is just we need to define the target, on which target side it should work. Second is development of the drug, which is based on the target. Third is the similarity confirmation of the biosimilar, and fourth is the regulatory authorization. Regarding regulatory authorization, word here came. So let me explain you. In your books you must have read about regulatory authorities and regulation of drug product registration. These terms you must have studied in the book, but when we see it in the real world na, we don't understand it, because अभी क्या हो रहा है ना कि DGCI उतना active नहीं है, but product regulation, product registration itself, mean it is a very big career. If you want like the companies, those who are working in here, let's say I am from Zydus, Novo, या कोई भी companies, if they want to export their products from India to some other countries, अगर दूसरे country में your product must have registered, और उनकी registrations की ना guidelines होती हैं. जैसे in India you see many irrational combination also, like paracetamol plus ofloxacin, cefixime plus ofloxacin, O2, ornidazole plus ofloxacin, and this coming in the market. That's why that that was sir was saying, he was correct. Now I can connect, because now I am not the student. मेरे को 10 साल हो गए इंडस्ट्री में. इशू क्या होता है ना, बीइंग अ फार्मासिस्ट हम लोग ना किसी को चैलेंज ही नहीं करते. इफ सम कंपनी इज ब्रिंगिंग ofloxacin plus ornidazole, DGCI is also approving it, PCI is also approving it, and we also approve it. But technically if you'll see na, ornidazole plus ofloxacin is not a registered combination. आप दुनिया की किसी भी कोने में जाओगे ना, कोई भी रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी DGCI छोड़ के ना ये फॉर्मुलेशन अप्रूव नहीं करती है. TMDA and Visa from Brazil, US FDA, no one approves it. But यहाँ पे हम अप्रूव कर लेते हैं क्योंकि because being pharmacist, we are not serious. We think क्योंकि if something is there, let it be. So why I'm mentioning you about this, कि if those people, those who are, everyone is interested, someone must be having their interest in clinical trials, someone must be having their interest in production, someone must be having its interest is this is ethical drug, this is not ethical drug. So if you're having that kind of interest, you can pursue a serious career in drug regulatory. Next. Now, if you see the global market overview for the biosimilars, the global biosimilars market is projected to reach almost $100 billion. That is for 2025, and it is presumed that it will be keep growing. Next. What are the regulatory framework? See, different countries have established their own regulatory frameworks for biosimilars. FDA for USA and the EMA for Europe have set the guidelines to ensure that biosimilars are safe and effective. But varying regulation can pose challenges to the global market. Yeah, next. Where is the key opportunities? The biosimilars market presents several opportunities, include reduced treatment costs, increase the patient access to the therapies, and the potential for healthcare system to allocate the resource more effectively. These factors can significantly enhance patient outcomes. These things, as we have already discussed, the use of biosimilar is to reduce the cost to the patient. As you all know that, for cancer and for psoriasis, these kind of disease, the cost of the medicines are too high. So here the biosimilars come into the role. Next. What is the challenge in the market? Despite the opportunities, the biosimilar market faces significant challenge, such as the market barriers and the physician's patent. Now see, why in today's era also biosimilar is the challenge. Most of the innovator molecule, if you see, they come from US and Europe. And US and Europe companies, they are into habit of, making a mindset in the Indian doctors as well as Indian scientists that their medicine is of best quality. They may make such kind of mindset. So, when an Indian company start with the biosimilar, then what happens now? They don't, suddenly the physician, they don't trust on the quality. Okay. It will not happen in a day, trusting on the quality. But yeah, eventually this is it is opportunity also, as well it is a threat also. But slowly as the market will evolve, definitely in the coming time now, the issue of trust will be resolved. Next. The competitive landscape, as I told you, in India, it is the #1 producer of medicine in the world. So no doubt, Market is competitive within India and outside India also. But being if we work for India, definitely for us the market is going to be good. Next. Coming towards the patient perspective, see, for the patient perspective, why I'm sharing this, because what happens when there are two kind of patients. One, those who are educated patient, those who search every medicine on the Google and then go to the doctor for treatment. The other one, again, who go doctor will write anything and then purchase. Now you see slowly, now the level of education in India is also going. Previously, for pharmacy there were 2-3 colleges, but now colleges are growing in each and every segment. People in India, if you compare, let's say 30 years back, and now people are more educated. So you see, when you are a patient itself, now many times in big cities like Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, patient itself they discuss with the doctor. Okay, I'm getting this medication, I'm getting this ADR, this is showing in Google. So it is very important when we design such kind of biosimilar, or we are working in some companies, those who are designing biosimilar, it should happen in that way that you satisfy the patient perspective too. Nowadays, many companies they properly put clinical pharmacist, clinical physician, these kind of posts, or in respiratory division, in biosimilar division, who meet with the patient only. If patient says, I'm taking medicine, I'm having headache, I'm not feeling hungry, I'm feeling anxiety, doctor nowadays they don't have much time. Sometimes the companies itself. So that is also very good and good job, good and challenging career prospect. Next. Healthcare provided inside, as I mentioned, for doctors also, it is difficult to believe something which is manufactured here, but slowly the shift is changing. So that's why it is for doctors, for patient, they keep the same person who convince them. Next. Intellectual property issues. How many of you know what is intellectual property right is? Acha, most of you are from 4th year or like फर्स्ट ईयर वाले कितने हैं? ठीक है, सेकेंड ईयर, थर्ड ईयर, फोर्थ? हाँ, तो फोर्थ वाले तो तब भी ज्यादा है. इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट, आई थिंक इट इज द पार्ट ऑफ कोर्स, राइट? Okay, see, intellectual property right, patent is almost same thing. What I'm just mentioning you, like, leave the biosimilars topic. Intellectual property rights or patent, that is also a good career option if someone wants to connect. Right now there is a separate exam which for that you need to prepare for 6 months. Then after that you clear the exam na, aapko patent agent ka, they will give you the certificate and they will teach you in a very clear manner how you can help someone to patent their product. And the good thing is companies are hiring these kind of people. See, the only purpose of telling you these things now, I don't know how much aware you guys are, because there is more Google, more chat GPT things. जब हम थे that time we were knowing कि pharmacy करने के बाद production होता है, marketing होता है, and 2-3 more things we were knowing. और जो अदर चीजें हमने बुक में पढ़ी थी ना, लाइक फार्मेको, इकोनॉमिक्स और ये पेटेंट, इसके तो हम बंदे भी नहीं, मतलब वी वर नॉट नोइंग एनी लिंक्स कि सपोज इफ आई वांट टू एंटर इन दोस काइंड ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज, वेयर वी वर नॉट नोइंग एनीवन हु कैन गाइड यू दैट व्हाट यू डू and then you reach. So the reason only we discuss these things na, ki if someone is having their sheer interest in all those things, you can let us know so that we can tell you. For biosimilars, intellectual property rights can pose a significant challenges in the biosimilar landscape. Patent disputes and exclusivity periods for the reference biologicals can hinder the timely entry of biosimilars into the market, impacting overall growth. See what that it means. What happens? Suppose a company is an innovator. Someone has put millions of dollar और उन्होंने कोई प्रोडक्ट रिसर्च किया है. After 5 years पेटेंट गेट एक्सपायर्स, फिर आप बायोसिमिलर्स में एंट्री करते हो. कॉस्ट ऑफ अ रियल ड्रग, जैसे अभी मैम was explaining something about Xaralto. Xaralto apixaban molecule है. Real apixaban जो है ना, it comes like for 3000 rupees में it comes 10 tablet. But if you go the generic version 400 रुपए में you will get the 10 tablet. So suppose I am Pfizer, I am having Xaralto, तो मैं नहीं चाहूंगा that someone should get it off patented on and someone should put it as generic thing. Now if you come to the biosimilar part, बायोसिमिलर का एक एक वायल जो होता है ना, दैट कॉस्ट अराउंड 20-25,000 इंडियन रुपीज, एक सिंगल वायल. And if you go to the generic segment, it comes into 4 or 5,000. That's why these companies, they are very strict कि पेटेंट जब खत्म भी होता है ना, should no one else should get it patented. I will share you one more incident. It just came into mind. मार्केट में एक मेडिसिन है इंडिया में, इसका नाम है डुफास्टोन. देखा है किसी ने डुफास्टोन? Okay, that is dihydrogesterone. That is basically used for hormonal thing. डाइहाइड्रोजेस्ट्रॉन का पेटेंट ना 2022 में गॉट एक्सपायर्ड. इंडिया में लिटरली मोर देन 10 कंपनीज ने ना एक साथ प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया. अभी क्या हुआ, that molecule is from abort, not even in India, worldwide. Even मेरे पास 7-8 मेल आई कि प्रोडक्ट हैज बीन, पेटेंट हैज बीन एक्सपायर्ड. आप एक काम करो, आप ये प्रोडक्ट कंट्री में लॉन्च कर दो. And I was also very happy क्योंकि वो molecule is very good. It is very good for, you know, controlling the hormonal things and all. But you just imagine, I don't know the person who is the patent agent or intellectual person for abort. उसने क्या किया ना, जब मेडिसिन फिनिश डोज फॉर्मुलेशन पे पेटेंट एक्सपायर हुआ, उसने एपीआई पे फिर से 5 इयर्स का पेटेंट ले लिया. नो सी हियर द कम्स द, आपका ब्रेन आता है कि कैसे अपने को पेटेंट रोकना है, और जब आप अगेंस्ट में हो तो कैसे पेटेंट एक्सपायर करवाना. नाउ इमेजिन, अभी 5 साल पहले, अभी 2 साल पहले पेटेंट खत्म हुआ, अभी भी अगले 3 साल तक वो ड्रग पेटेंटेड है. पहले फिनिश डोज का पेटेंट था, अभी एपीआई का पेटेंट है. Now the companies, those who were manufacturing API, they are only allowed to manufacture API. आप जाओगे लाइसेंस लेने, no one will give you. And those 5-6 companies, they उन्होंने उनके साथ contract किया, and they make कि we will sell. So that's why I'm telling, intellectual property और patent का जो career है, it is a very lucrative career. And definitely, yeah, it's a very monetary career also. अगर आप सही जगह पे हैं और आप if you do good work ना, there is a lot of money into it. Next. Next. Now, what is the global collaboration? Collaboration between the companies, government, and healthcare organization can enhance the development and distribution of biosimilars. These global partnerships can facilitate knowledge sharing and improve market access. It is a simple thing. Like, you know, nowadays government, जैसे अभी जन औषधि योजना, and Indian government is also doing lot of things. So अभी क्या होता है, biosimilars के लिए भी ना, people can collaborate with the government so that the government can pay for the patient. Next. Case studies and clinical trials. Case studies and clinical trials के लिए भी, like, there are a lot of things you can do. Like for biosimilars, there are a lot of case studies right now is going on. If you see the CRO, clinical research organizations, there are a lot of companies, those who are doing CROs, and it is one of the scope. Now coming towards the conclusion, navigating the biosimilar landscape present both opportunities and challenges. If you understand the marketing dynamics well, you can definitely navigate through it. Next. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for a valuable time. I will ask again, agar if you are interested in some career, and if you need anything, you can ask. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your contributions have set new standards in research and inspired countless minds. We are delighted to have you guide us through this session. I request Dr. Jignesh Doshi to present a memento to Dr. Shivam Srivastav as a token of appreciation.
Please have a big round of applause for them. Thank you so much, sir, for your guidance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Here we conclude the first half of our session of two-day international conference. I request all the delegates to please move ahead for the lunch at the dining hall of Girls Hostel and gather back at Seminar Hall at 2:15. The participants of oral and poster presentation are requested to coordinate with the volunteers and reach the venue on time. Thank you so much. For the hanging of poster, please reach to the counseling section of the new building.
Well, welcome back to all the delegates post lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to the sponsors of APIR 2024. Dr. Abhijit Munshi, Director, Alchemy, Clinical Research, and Dr. Manoj Tatwadi, CEO, Govigyan Anusandhan Kendra, Dr. DC Shahu sir, and Dr. Jignet Doshi sir to occupy their seats on the dais. Please. I respect all the dignitaries to please occupy the seats on the dais. I request Dr. DC Shahu sir to please welcome Dr. Manoj Tatwadi sir by presenting a sampling as a token of gratitude. Please have a big round of applause. Now I request Dr. Jignet Doshi sir to welcome our guest, Dr. Abhijit Munshi sir, by presenting a sapling as a token of gratitude. Now, I would like to request Dr. Manoj Tatwadi, CEO, Govigyan Anusandhan Kendra, Devlapar, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon and namaste. I know this session, especially after the lunch break, is very, you know, difficult. But we love to perform difficult tasks. This is a very beautiful, yes, I know what the term I am using, beautiful. Because in this scientific session, if you simply go through the title, may I ask which word do you like most? Anyone? The title is Approach to Pharmaceutical Insight Through Interdisciplinary Research. Anybody? Which word do you like most? I don't think this is a very difficult question. Be brave to be wrong. Yes, please. Anybody? And the wrong answer won't be taken for your assessment into final exam position. No? Don't care. हाँ जी बताइए. Did anybody said research? Raise your hand who said research. Oh. Well, this question is not open to the front. I want someone from backside because that is the place where I always belonged. Anyway, थोड़ा सा इसको अलग तरीके से देखते हैं. एक मूवी देख रहा था मैं, मिशन मंगलम. आपने देखी है मुझे मालूम है. उसमें विद्या बालन एक जगह स्टक हो जाती है और उसको कुछ सूझता नहीं है कि हाउ द एनर्जी would be utilized to reach to Mars. So she is also a housewife apart from being a scientist. And now at least somebody tell what was she doing when she got the idea. पूरी बना रही थी. खाने पीने की बात हो तो उत्तर फटाफट आते हैं. थैंक यू. पूरी बनाने से क्या हुआ उसे? An idea, correct. And an idea can change the life. Well, this is a tagline of a famous SIM card making company, but that insight, she was doing something different. She is meant to do something different, that is research. But the knowledge, the acquired knowledge, the skill was somehow feeling short and it could not provide an insight to the very capable scientist. So, while she was not doing research, but rather she was engaged into something interdisciplinary, that she got an idea, an insight. The puri, the making of puri, the process of making a delicious puri has really nothing to do with the mission Mars. But that gave an insight. And this scene proves, rather underlines, that now coming to the main point, whenever there is an interdisciplinary research, interdisciplinary conclave, seminar, discussion, it always give an idea to the deserving. And the deserving word is very important. पूरी पहले भी बनती थी, बाद में भी बनती रहेंगी. उस प्रोसेस ने किसे आइडिया दिया, किसे इंसाइट दी? द पर्सन हु इज इनटू सम deep research, deep thinking. So today I'm very thankful to the management and the team, the vibrant team of H Raisoni University, to have arranged a very thoughtful discussion, symposium, conference on interdisciplinary concept. आपको ये लग सकता है कि हम तो फार्मेसी पढ़ रहे हैं. What is the utility of unnecessarily wasting our time for other topics, other fields, other domain? And that is why I started with a highly irrelevant scene of Puri and Mission Mangal. I am representing right now Govignan Anusandhan Kendra. I hope some of you might have visited over there. आप में से कोई आए हैं वहां? आप आए हैं. I invite you all. What क्या है गोविज्ञान? We are exclusively doing research on Indian breeds of cow since 30 years. So we are not just a Goshala, although we do maintain a Goshala worth around 800 Indian breeds of cow. But we are not Goshala because we are a research organization. I can see a question in many eyes. क्या करते हो आप गाय के बारे में रिसर्च? आपने आज वो गिफ्ट जो दिए गए वो देखे क्या? शायद जो फ्रंट संभाल रहे हैं सब लोग उन्होंने देखे होंगे. We are doing interesting things out of cow dung. What is interesting in that? We are manufacturing around 50 plus FDA certified drugs within our premise. And those category of medicines are termed as Pancha Gavya. Pancha means Panch, Gavya means the origin of those is from cow. And you would be surprised when I told you FDA certified because now that is your domain. FDA, the process, the procedure, the rules, the regulations, they are your domain. Those are certified drugs which we are manufacturing, and the knowledge we have extracted from ancient Indian scriptures like Ayurveda or Panchagavya Ayurveda. And we boast of being the first and the only research lab in Panchagavya domain. We boast of being the only cow-based scientific research institution to have internationally registered 5 patents which are pertaining to cow dung and cow urine for the benefit of humans as well as for agriculture. So now it is an interesting part for all of the students. आपको ये सुन के अच्छा लगेगा कि वहां आप सबके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी है. कैसी अपॉर्चुनिटी? आप रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, आप फार्मेसी में रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं, वी आर एन इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी डोमेन फॉर यू. आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, पंचगव्य यानी काउ डंग, काउ यूरिन या फिर दूध, ये जो पंचगव्य हैं, इससे दवाई बनती है. क्या बनता होगा? कोई बता सकता है? वाइल्ड गेस. इन सबको और बाकी चीजों को मिला के क्या बनता होगा? एनी वाइल्ड गेस? सर्दी खांसी की दवा बनती होगी. मन में ये आ रहा है ना, बस वो बोलने में आप थोड़ा सा. चलिए इसको भी थोड़ा घुमा के मैं जवाब देता हूं. वी आर प्रेजेंटली एंगेज्ड इन अ रिसर्च. इट इज अ प्रोजेक्ट of University of Ayush, uh, Ministry of Ayush, totally controlled, observed by Indian Council of Medical Research. The nodal agency is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Nagpur. The topic is intervention of Panchagavya medicines in the treatment of phase 2 cancer patient of head and neck. So the medicines which we are using in combination and under observation of ICMR and AIMS, it is for treatment of head and neck cancer phase 2 and above. आपको ये लग रहा होगा कि we are into some sort of trial. No. आपको ये लग रहा होगा कि दवाई शायद बनेगी. No. We already have the medicines. And please allow me to show you. And why I am showing you? This is a Panchagavya Grit. It is available in market. I am not here for marketing, but this is to show that what we are talking, what we are doing is already into market. It is certified by FDA. We have got the certificate. This is Lagu Shekhar. Yes. This is the Gomutra Arka. This is Panchatikta Ghrita. And this is Ghanvati. These are 5 combinations which are developed out of research. And yes, in our research, आपके ही सीनियर्स लोग फार्मासिस्ट जो लोग थे वो इन्वॉल्व थे उनका और पंचगव्य आयुर्वेद ये इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कॉम्बिनेशन हुआ और ये जो 5 दवाइयां मैंने दिखाई आपको वो पिछले करीब 20 साल से कैंसर पेशेंट्स के ऊपर इस्तेमाल हो रही है एंड वी हैव गॉट अ ह्यूज डेटाबेस ऑफ द रिजल्ट्स and I was talking just a few hours back with director of alchemy sir कि we should have some sort of scientific data which is acceptable to the allopathy and those who believe in allopathy यहाँ आपका काम है anyone who is interested and to do research in cancer yes they are welcome it is such a big domain which remains yet undiscovered जिसको भी लगता है कि यार वो कुछ हटके करना है देयर इज अ स्कोप जब भी स्टूडेंट्स से मैं बात करता हूं मिलता हूं उनके मन में एक रहता है कि यार ये तो सब ठीक है लेकिन कुछ ऐसा करूं कि जिससे नाम हो पैसा मिले बिल्कुल सही है लेकिन कुछ हटके करना है मुझे आई वांट टू डू समथिंग डिफरेंट समथिंग वेरी नोबल that may give me a crore rupee but it should also be useful for crores of people ये हर जो व्यक्ति पढ़ता है उसके मन में ये कहीं ना कहीं रहता है रिसर्च कैन गिव यू दोज विंग्स and especially if you explore the interdisciplinary angle which is very thoughtfully provided by your dean sir madam management you must explore that interdisciplinary approach that angle वो जो आइडिया है वो वहां से आते हैं और फॉर्चुनेटली आयुर्वेद या पंचगव्य आयुर्वेद में वी हैव गॉट n number of formula which is into sanskrit which is yet to be explored in modern terminology and it has to be you know duly documented as per the procedure like clinical trials होते हैं formulations होते हैं उसके लिए what type of researchers are required those who are adept in the knowledge of pharmacy so you must prepare yourself apart from studies for a long term research into such type of interdisciplinary research आपको ये सुन के बड़ा और अच्छा लगेगा कि हम लोग सिर्फ खुद रिसर्च नहीं कर रहे वी आर आल्सो डूइंग रिसर्च विद आईआईटी मुंबई एंड वी हैव कम अप विद द अर्क ऑफ गोमूत्र व्हिच इज ट्रांसपेरेंट Sir, I would mention here Dr. Vikrant Katekar. उन्होंने जो ये रिसर्च हमारे साथ करके जो काम किया है, बिस्लरी की बोतल में गोमूत्र अर्क और बिस्लरी का पानी अगर रख दिया जाए विदाउट लेबल, आई बेट none of you, including me, would be able to identify which one is gomutra ark and which one is bislary. It is so transparent, it is so odorless, yet it is having all the desired qualities which are expected in gomutra ark. This is research. This is also research, if it is not the research. Because due to that, it has now become very acceptable to those who don't accept because of the odor, because of the color. Even people won't be able to know what they are consuming. So there is a huge scope which lies before you if you explore rightly with due consultation with your sir, your madam, the research part. And again, I welcome you for research, such type of research at Govindhan Anusandhan Kendra Developar. आपको अलग अलग चीजों में अगर कुछ करना है, this is about the medicines which are useful for humans. But then again, we do have a scope for those who are into agriculture or horticulture. आपको एक चीज बताता हूं मैं, अगर किसी झाड़ पर कोई इन्फेक्शन हो रहा है, तो what category do you use if it is infested with pests? What do you do? Pesticide. And what is a pesticide? मैं एक्सटर्नल नहीं हूं, आप बता सकते हैं. Yes, yes. It kills the pest. ठीक है. Any word ending with suffix CIDE, it is a killer. ठीक है. We have developed, rather we have patented after research, पेस्ट को भगाता है, मारता नहीं है. बिकॉज वी बिलीव इन सिम्बायोसिस. आपको लगता है कि वो आपका दुश्मन है, बट इट इज अ क्रिएशन ऑफ द नेचर. इट हैज गॉट इट्स ओन यूटिलिटी एंड reasons of existence. So what we have developed is a pest controller. वो आपकी फसल को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाएगा. He won't be, it won't be able to cause damage to your crop, but we are not killing it. And what we have using, नीम, उसके बाद गोमूत्र अर्क है उसमें, और 2-3 चीजें डाल के बनाई गई है. उसका इंटरनेशनली रजिस्टर्ड पेटेंट है. सी, द बेस रेफरेंस वाज पेस्टिसाइड, लेकिन उसको ध्यान में रख के जब इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी कंसेप्ट को ध्यान में रख के रिसर्च आगे चला, it is now become a totally green pest controller. How was this possible? It was due to interdisciplinary research in action, isn't it? Likewise, I know you are aware of DNAs. What are those? Genetic material. Good. Is it possible that any drug or any combination can repair those, help in repair DNA fragments? Is it possible? No. Before we developed that formula, yes, it was not possible. But you would be surprised, shocked, and pleased to know that The combination and formulation of this Gomutra Ark is a potent healer of DNA fragments. Even as a student of genetics, I had done MSc in genetics, I was very much skeptical about this mechanism. But when I had gone through the internationally registered patent, I had all the reasons to believe in it. Interdisciplinary research is a fantastic concept, and every one of you must explore that. And you are really fortunate to have such a conducive environment, facilitation, and on the top, such type of wonderful mentors, teachers. यू आप तो उनको परेशान करना चाहिए कि मुझे करना है, मुझे इस टाइप से चीजें करनी है। ऐसे टीचर मिलने पे तो वो आपसे परेशान रहना चाहिए कि अरे भाई इतने लोग रिसर्च करना चाहते हैं कि भाई कैसे करें। सो this is just an interaction, and I would like you, rather I would request all the teachers and madam sir, आप इन सबको जैसी भी सुविधा होती है बैच वाइज आप लोग जरूर लाइए, because I would like to have an experience of what we are doing so that you will realize what you could do. आपकी आंखों में जो उत्सुकता है बस उसको मारने मत दीजिए। आप में कुछ कर गुजरने की जो तमन्ना है उसका खून आप मत करो। वक्त करे, वो वक्त की बात है, वो वक्त बताएगा। आप मत उसका खून करो। आप यहाँ हो इतने अच्छे माहौल वातावरण में, उसका कारण है कि आप कुछ करना चाहते हो। वो जो चाहत है उसको एक बेहतरीन दिशा दीजिए। It is not the speed which I am talking about. I am talking about the velocity because it is a vector quantity. It has got a direction. So I think I would like to stop over here. I came here to meet you, and really I'm thankful to all the management, teachers, madam, to have given me the opportunity to interact with you. In the end, as a matter of protocol, if somebody would like to ask, I am here, please. क्या आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं? Doesn't matter. हाँ, लेकिन खुद से जरूर पूछिए कि आपको क्या करना है। And at Developar, Govindan Anusandhan Kendra, we all await to welcome you all. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom and sharing the knowledge and experiences with us. Now I request Dr. Jignesh Doshi, sir, to present a memento to Dr. Manoj Tatwadi, sir. I request you all to have a big round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Moving ahead to our next online session, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this special session of our international conference, featuring an expert whose work has transcended borders and inspired the global scientific community. Today,
Moving ahead to our next online session, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this special session of our international conference, featuring an expert whose work has transcended borders and inspired the global scientific community. Today, we are privileged to host Mr. Kelvin Bahume, joining us from Nairobi, Kenya, whose groundbreaking contributions to marketing field have paved the way for innovation and deeper understanding. Mr. Kelvin Bahume is a chartered marketer with 11 years experience in commercial roles. His expertise lies in the driving customized strategies and successful campaigns that create a greater impact. His main focus is customer centric and thrives on building meaningful connections between brands and their target audience.
So my name is Kelvin Wahome, based in Kenya. I work for Zydus as a marketing manager, both for Kenya and Tanzania. And I'm based in Nairobi, which is the capital city of Kenya. So I'm very privileged for this opportunity to be able to have a conversation with you, an engagement with you in your international conference. And mine will just to bring something different, to be able to enlighten you about the Kenyan market, which will give you a perspective in terms of the pharmaceutical market that is in sub-Saharan Africa, because Kenya is a very key country. It's actually it's a hub and the entry into East Africa, and also one of the biggest countries in terms of the economy within the sub-Saharan Africa. So I'll just share a few slides. So let me know if you can see my screen. Hope my screen is visible. Okay. It is visible? Okay, great. So I'll proceed. So Kenya is at the heart of the East African community. It is the entry hub, actually, as a business hub in the East African community. It has a landmass of about 582,642 kilometers, square kilometers. It has, kindly mute, there's some noise in the background.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. So Mount Kenya is the second highest mountain on the African continent, with a height of about 5,199 meters. And Nairobi is the only capital city in the world that has a national park in it.
Sir, please
So
start your
when you get some time. Yes. My screen visible?
Yes.
Okay, I can proceed then. Yes, so saying Nairobi is the only capital city that has a national park within it. So it's a good destination if you're looking for a place to do a holiday, to travel, to do some safari. You also have other big national parks outside of Nairobi, such as Masai Mara, and it is famous because the eighth wonder of the world in terms of the movement of the wildebeest from Masai Mara into Serengeti in Tanzania. So it's a good place to plan for a holiday destination. Then you get an opportunity when you have some time. Yeah, if you like mountain climbing, you can also come and visit Mount Kenya, which is the second highest mountain in the African continent. So the country has a population right now of about 56 million people. So we're still growing in terms of numbers. In terms of administration, we have about 47 counties, and Nairobi remains the capital city. We were colonized by the British, and we gained our independence in 1963. And our current president is Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who has been president since the last 2 years, 2022. We do election after every 5 years. Our national language is Swahili and English, and our population is growing at 1.9%. So in terms of mortality, we're looking at 5,701 and 1,407 per day. In terms of rural to urban population and settlement, so we still have a bigger chunk of the population living in urban areas, in the rural areas, about 72%, and the balance of 28 are within the urban areas. So fertility rate total is about 3.2 children per woman. The prevalence of HIV is about 3.7%. So doctors density, we're looking at about 2.3 doctors for every 10,000 people. So we still have a long way to catch up. And our hospital bed capacity in terms of hospitals is 1.4 per 1,000 people. So our GDP in total is about $113.4 billion. And GDP per capita is about 2,099.3. So population to PL is about 6.1%. And some of the things that we're able to export to other countries, our coffee is very well known, tea, tobacco. We have very huge flower farms. Tropical fruits such as avocado, talk about nuts, talk about titanium ore. But in terms of imports and export, there's still some imbalance because we still import a lot of things, such as machinery, iron, steel, motor vehicles, refined petroleum, as well as pharmaceuticals. Import partners, so China is still our biggest import partner, about 19.6, followed by India, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, as well as Malaysia. So when it comes to spending on health, the country currently is spending about 4.5% of its GDP. And our currency is called Kenya shillings. And at the moment, in terms of exchange rate to the dollar, is about 109 shillings per 1 USD. So if you look at the health workforce in Kenya, we have about 13,000 doctors. So out of this, a split of 7,800 are medical officers. So it means they have their first degree, they are graduates, a Bachelor of Clinical Medicine and Surgery. And then we have about 4,900 who are specialists. So these are a mix of physicians, cardiologists, nephrologists, endocrinologists. And then we have another group of doctors that take care of the primary healthcare. So we have 25,000 clinical officers. So clinical officers are people who have done a diploma in clinical medicine. And these are the people who handle the OPD in most government hospitals and mission hospitals at the primary care level. So they're able to handle cases that are not complicated, the normal OPD visits. And if there's any complicated case, they're able to refer to the proper referral systems to the specialist. So we have about 110 registered nurses, about 1,300 pharmacists in the country, and the biggest pool are those that have done a diploma in pharmaceutical technologies, which are about 6,000. So this also contributes a lot in terms of the retail pharmacy as well as the primary care level. So in terms of market size, so in Kenya, we have both multinationals operating in Kenya. We also have very many Indian generic
not visible actually. Kelvin sir.
Yes, yes.
So your slides are not visible. We only see your
from the beginning.
Able to see your first slide. First slide. We only able to see your first slide. The presentation is not scrolling, maybe.
Oh, it's not moving.
Yes, sir. We only able to see your first slide.
Okay. Let me stop sharing and share again. So let me know what you can see now. You can see my first slide. Is it moving? Can you see the second slide?
No, sir.
It's not moving. Okay.
Reshare the presentation, sir.
Oh, let me do that. So let me see. Tell me what you can see now.
Stopped sharing content. It's showing stop sharing content.
I think maybe there's some internet delay. Let me see whether I can switch my internet.
Yes, sir.
Because on my end is sharing quite well. So let me see. Quickly do some hotspot. Sorry. Just stop my video hotspot. Okay. You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I kindly enable me to share. You saying I can't share unless the host makes me a presenter?
Okay, okay. So, Ashish, sir, please make sir presenter. Ashish, sir.
Okay. I've shared my screen. Let me know if they can see it.
Yes, sir. This is first slide.
Okay. Is it moving? I'm on the second slide.
No.
Okay. What will be the challenge then?
We are only able to see. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it's moving.
You can
Now
see the
it's
country
moving,
map?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Please continue.
So I continue from here because you said you
Yes, sir.
didn't
Yes, sir.
see. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So I'll cut up very fast so that we save time also. So I was saying Kenya is in
Yes.
East Africa. It's a very big
Yes,
contributor in
sir.
terms of the economy of the sub-Saharan Africa, and it's also the hub in terms of the entry to East Africa in terms of the business. So it has a landmass of about 646 square kilometers. It has the second highest mountain in Africa, called Mount Kenya, with a height of about 5,109 meters. And Nairobi, which is the capital city of Kenya, is the only city in the world with a national park in it. So if you're looking for a holiday destination, kindly consider coming to Kenya. So if you love mountain climbing, you can come and climb Mount Kenya. If you want to do some safaris, apart from Nairobi National Park, we have other many game reserves and national parks. I'm sure you've heard of the Masai Mara, which is the seventh wonder of the world, because of the migration of the wild beasts from Masai Mara into Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. So just an overview of the country. In terms of population, we're talking about 56 million people, and Kenya is divided into 47 counties.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you. Kelvin,
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
Please press F5 of your keyboard, so we will be able to see your full screen.
Okay. You think I press what? F5. Okay.
F5. Or sir, the top sign is there.
Yes, I've pressed F5.
जहाँ zoom है ना उसके बाजू में top का sign है उसको click करिए.
Sir, the zoom cup sign besides the zoom.
Zoom icon को.
The slide is not moving. What is the challenge?
Yes, sir. No. Now it's full screen. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. So you can see the slide written country overview.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the population of the country is 56 million, and we have 47 counties in terms of administration. So Kenya is divided into 47 counties. So this is what you normally in India would call states. But since Kenya is a smaller country, so we have 47 counties, and Nairobi is one of the counties as well as the capital city. So we gained our independence from the British in 1963. Our current president is Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who has been president since the last 2 years. So we have 5 years of election cycle. So after every 5 years, we are able to elect new governments. Our languages, national languages is Swahili, and our language of instruction is English. Our population is growing at a rate of 0.9%. And in terms of birth and mortality, we look about 5,700 births per day and about 1,400 deaths per day. Our rural versus urban settlement in terms of population, we still have a very big chunk of the population living in rural areas, about 72%, and about 28% living in the urban areas. In terms of fertility, the fertility rate is about 3.2 children per woman, and the prevalence of HIV is about 3.7%. Doctors reach per population, per person, we're talking about 2.3 doctors for every 10,000 people. So we still have a long way to catch up as per the WHO recommendations, and our hospital bed capacity is about 1.4 per 1,000 people. Our GDP is about $113.4 billion, and our GDP per capita is almost $2,100, and our population BPL is 16.1%. So what are the products that we're able to export from our country to gain foreign exchange? So coffee and tea are our biggest exports because agriculture is still a very big backbone of the economy. Tobacco, we also have very big flower farms within the country. We also do export tropical fruits and some, for example, such as avocado, and also export some titanium ore. But there is some imbalance in terms of export-import. We are still a country that imports a lot of things. So we talk about machinery, talk about motor vehicles, talk about refined petroleum, as well as pharmaceuticals. And some of our biggest import partners were able to get a lot of things for business is China, India, UAE, Saudi Arabia, as well as Malaysia. So in terms of health expenditure, we are still at 4.5% of our GDP in terms of health expenditure, and our currency is Kenya shillings. And our current exchange rate is for 1 USD equals to 129 Kenya shillings as at this month. So now we come to matters of health and pharma. So Kenya has about 13,000 doctors, and out of these, 7,800 are medical officers. So these are doctors who have done Bachelor of Medicine, clinical medicine, as well as surgery, and about 4,900 are specialists. In terms of surgery, we're talking about cardiologists, orthopedicians, pediatrics, all those nephros, endos, all those specialists are about 4,900 in number. And then we have a bigger pool that actually take care of the primary care level, where is the first point of contact for patients across both urban and rural. So we have 25,000 clinical officers. So clinical officers are people who have done a diploma in clinical medicine, and they're based at the OPD. So these are the first point of contact for patients. So they're able to handle most of the daily hospital visits that are not critical. And in case of any critical, they act as a filter. They're able to refer upwards to the specialist. So we have 110 registered nurses, about 1,300 pharmacists. So they have done Bachelor of Pharmacists. And then we have another group that work closely with pharmacists. So these are called pharmaceutical technologists. They have done a diploma in pharmaceutical technology. So about 6,000 of them. And they also contribute a lot to the primary healthcare level, both in the rural and the urban area. So let's come to the pharma market size in Kenya. So currently, the pharma market size is slightly over $1 billion in terms of US dollars. And the market is growing at an aggregate rate of about 4.89%. So our market has both multinationals from Europe, from America, as well as Asia. And then you also have quite a number of generic companies from India, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, all the way. We also have companies from Japan. So it's quite a growing market. I've seen it grow from around $600 million up to now it's about $1 billion. And the reason why it is growing is because, number one, we have increasing burden of disease, especially if you look at communicable diseases, which are the number one cause of mortality in the country, as well as non-communicable diseases are also growing. So here we're talking about diabetes, we're talking about hypertension, we're talking about cancer. So this is contributing to more and more companies coming in to provide access to healthcare to the patients. So what are the market factors that continue to put pressure as well as to drive the pharma market? So talking about competition. So there's an increasing number of private hospitals as well as retail pharmacies, and these are there to provide or to honor prescriptions that are also coming from the increasing number of doctors. So every year we have doctors who are graduating, we have specialists who are graduating, and so we have those that decide to go and open their private clinics. Some will partner and open private hospitals. So there is increase in terms of competition. So price pressure is also another factor. So there's a preference for low price drugs because of our economy, and also insurance companies do give preference to affordable drugs so that they can be able to make their margins. So since this poor purchasing power by the patients and a good number lack medical insurance, so this leads to late diagnosis of chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension, which again become expensive to manage at that later stage because they are diagnosed at a later stage, probably when a patient already has osmotic symptoms or the patient has one or two complications arising from these chronic non-communicable diseases. So you can imagine diabetes or hypertension, when it is not diagnosed early enough, there's an increased risk of a patient's getting either kidney damage, heart failure, and other cardiovascular complications, which again become more expensive to manage and also lowers the quality of life of the patient. So cancer is also a growing burden globally. So even here, it's quite becoming a burden, especially with the low purchasing power, where patients are able to go to the hospital quite late. And if you look at the expenditure of the government per GDP, is about 4.5%. So patients who have cancer, a good number are diagnosed late. So that gives a lot of pressure in terms of treatment. And we also don't have a high number of cancer centers as well as oncologists. So in terms of the political factors, we are a stable country, and there's a bulging number of educated people, but still there are no jobs for these people who are coming from colleges as well as universities. So there's a lot of pressure to the government, both online as well as a few months ago we had some protests, people protesting against the government because they want the government to be able to lower the rate of corruption, to improve the economy so that people can get jobs and businesses can improve. So in terms of regulatory, we have a body that is called the Pharmacy and the Provisions Board, which is the sole institution that is charged with the registration and surveillance of all pharmaceuticals as well as nutraceuticals within the country. So what are the challenges? So we have an institution called National Hospital Insurance Fund, which has lately been renamed to Social Health Insurance Fund. So it is the number one government insurance that it is mandatory for all people to register. So they collect levies every month from all the employed people as well as people in business. and they're supposed to provide. So these funds are supposed to go to government hospitals so they can be able to provide free care at both the primary and critical level. But one of the challenges that we've experienced is underperformance of this institution, and it is due to lack of political goodwill, and also there's a lot of financial mismanagement. Talk about pilferage, talk about corruption, talk about late payments to both suppliers as well as private hospitals, because with this fund, patients are also supposed to walk into private hospitals, get treated, and then the government will reimburse these private hospitals. But due to late payments, then you find that there is interference in terms of service delivery. And what is the other challenge? There is low purchasing power of the population, hence low uptake of medical insurance. So this affects the pharma business, especially the branded companies as well as the multinational, because most people are not able to afford their medications. So they either need to come up with access programs and provide alternative affordable medicines. And sometimes when that doesn't work, we've seen quite a good number of multinational companies having to close and exit the market. So there's also decreased funding of government hospitals, missionary hospitals, as well as NGO hospitals, which again has led to understaffing and patients missing out on critical and quality services. And then lastly, if you look at the health industry, indeed it's supposed to be a sub-industry that puts a humane face first. But what has happened in our country is that it has been heavily commercialized. So we're talking about profits, they say profits before life or before health. So it has heavily become commercialized, and there's preference of profits over quality and life. So this has led to quite an expensive healthcare system that is not patient-centric, and it is out of reach for a good number of the population. So we'll see at what levels we have in terms of the insurance subscription. So this is just a snapshot or a summary of how the drug supply chains looks like. So we have the main government body that is called Kenya Medical Supply Authority. So this is the government body that is able to purchase drugs and supply through all the government institutions within the country. And then we have another big body, which is a private body. It's called Mission for Essential Drugs and Supplies. So this one is owned by the mission hospitals. So it's able to also buy drugs and supply to the mission hospitals as well as to other private hospitals. So the Kenyan market is majorly contributes of government hospitals, faith-based hospitals, which are called mission hospitals, and then we have the private hospitals that are owned by partners and other big companies. So the flow is that the products will come from the manufacturers, either local or even outside. So it will be imported by importers and distributors. They will sell them to wholesalers. Wholesalers will sell them to sub-wholesalers, so they can sell directly to retailers. So retailer will be a pharmacy outside there, within the neighborhood, within the street, and also pharmacies within private hospitals. So the hospital network, we have government hospitals, we have faith-based hospitals, also called missionary hospitals, and we also have private hospitals. So some of the biggest hospitals that are owned by government, so we call them level 6 or national referral hospitals. So the biggest hospital in Kenya is called Kenyatta National Hospital, abbreviated as KNH. We also have Kenyatta University Training Referral and Research Hospital. It's a new one, it's about 4 years old. We also have Mathari Teaching and Referral Hospital that technically takes care of psychiatry cases. And then you have the National Spinal Injuries that is dedicated to orthopedics. So these are the biggest hospitals within the country. They are level 6. And then we have other regional hospitals, about 10 of them, that are spread across the country to be able to take care of the 47 counties. So in terms of faith-based hospitals, we have about 15 missionary hospitals. Most of them are owned by churches. So the biggest church that has many hospitals is the Catholic Church. and then it's followed by the Presbyterian Church that is abbreviated as the PCA. So they also complement the health need and they fill up the gaps that the government is not able to fill in terms of patient care. So private hospitals, we have 10 main top private hospitals. We have the Aga Khan University Hospital. I know this one is a famous one that has his headquarters in Karachi. It's also present in Canada. So it's one of the biggest hospitals in East Africa. So we have a very big hospital here in Kenya. We have the Nairobi Hospital, we have the MP Shah Hospital, all the way to Gertrude Children's Hospital. So these are the top 10 key and private hospitals within the country. So in terms of medical insurance uptake, remember I told you a good number of the population are not able to uptake insurance, and this is because of the low purchasing power. So we're talking about a good number. If you look at the economic pyramid, we're talking about a big number still being earning about $2 or less per day. So when you have a household earning less than $2 per day, so the first thing they'll prioritize is their meals. You know, there's no way you're going to prioritize going to the hospital if you are not yet, if you're hungry, if you don't have food. So this contributes to most people being able to go to hospital late. So what do typical families do? When people fall ill, they just walk to the nearest pharmacy and they are able to ask, what is the most affordable drug do you have, for example, either for pain management or for any type of infection? So chances are high they're not going to get optimum treatment. So they're going to buy the most affordable drug, and if they need 2 or 3 drugs, they're going to buy one. So they will ask which out of these 3, which is the most crucial one that I can be able to afford. So this low purchasing power, due to lack of job opportunities and an economy that businesses can thrive. So we have about 53% of Kenyans having any form of medical insurance. And not this 53%, a big chunk is have the NHIF, the government-sponsored medical insurance. And only 5% of the population will have private medical insurance. So by private, it means they're able to purchase it by themselves. So talking about the middle class and the upper class, or these are people who are employed in good formal jobs. Are they able to get the medical insurance catered for by the employer? Okay, so if you look at this, it means around 47% of Kenyans have no form of any medical insurance, and it simply means they have to spend what is called out of pocket. And when you're spending out of pocket and you're earning about $2 or less per day, it means there is a fight between whether you should provide food for your household or you should be able to buy medication. So it is indeed a dire situation that we really hope it will get to improve over time. And if you look at it, it's the bigger picture. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa, the rates or the average in terms of insurance uptake will be more or less the same. So these are just the top insurance companies within the country. So we have APIIR, we have CSC. So some are global and some will be local companies either operating within Africa or within East Africa as a hub. Okay. And in a nutshell, that is the overview of the country in terms of the populations and the health dynamics. Okay. If there's any questions, any clarity, I am here.
Okay. So students, audience, if you have any query, please put your query. In link provided. Okay. So maybe students have no query. Also, thank you so much, sir, for giving your precious time for this awesome talk. The presentation was very lucid, and we were able to understand each and every point in a very lucid manner. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much from H Raisoni University, Sakheda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I indeed appreciate to be able to interact with the entire fraternity. And it's some useful information if you're looking at getting any insights from East Africa or for Africa. What I've shared is a summary. If you want to do any project, if you want to visit this part of the world, at least now you have a brief overview of what to expect. So Kenya is a very friendly country, one of the peaceful countries on this side of Africa. So I look forward to having more and more engagements in the future. Thank you very much.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay. Great. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
As now we proceed, we have Dr. Abhijit Munshi sir with us. Dr. Abhijit Munshi sir is the Director of Clinical Operation and Academics at Alchemy Clinical Research Services, as well as trainer and consultant of Ethical Committee. He completed his MBA in Healthcare Administration, PG Diploma in Clinical Research, MD in Alternative Medicine, MA in Sanskrit, and BAMS. In 2008, he worked as a clinical research executive at Unijules Life Science Limited, Nagpur. And in 2009, he was the clinical research project manager. In 2012, he worked as a training officer and clinical trial facilitator in the pediatrics department at GMC Goa. In 2012, he also worked as a faculty and research advisor for Queenland Life Science Limited in Goa. With such a great profile, I now hand over the dais to Dr. Abhijit Munshi sir and request him to address the delegates.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know you are hearing many talks from the morning, and this is a tough time, right? But don't worry, we will not make it more tough and boring. Today, in this international conference, already Milind sir have asked you which word do you like, and that is my core field. But today I wanted to emphasize on the word interdisciplinary, right? Let us start with example of research. There was a scientist, self-acclaimed scientist. He was working on a small animal called frog. You have a system, right, of writing your practicals, assignments, practicals basically. So if you want to write down the practical of titration, there is a format, right? Title, then forgot, aims, reference, okay, then requirements or instruments, procedure, principle, inference, and conclusion, right? So this is a format. If you don't follow this format, you won't reach to conclusion, right? There is a system. Say for example, for making chapati at your home, there is a system. You have to prepare. It is like any other laboratory experiment. You have to gather all the utensils first. You have to be prepared with the gas stove, uh, what it is called a chakla belan, parat. Then the raw materials, atta, pani, thank you, namak, कुछ लोग डालते हैं, no issues, right? Now you have to mix the things in proper quantity as well, right? Small little quantity of water you have to add to the atta. What will happen if you pour a jug of water in this much atta? That will become gata, right? You won't be able to make chapati. So there is a procedure. After properly mixing the things, you have to take small amount of that, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, गूंदा हुआ आटा, है ना? फिर बेलन से उसको फैलाओ. Simultaneously you have to be ready with the, क्या बोलते हैं, तवा. बराबर है ना? What will happen, मैंने सबसे पहले तवा गरम करने के लिए रख दिया स्टार्टिंग में, फिर बाकी की चीजें मैं लेने स्टार्ट किया. क्या होगा तब तक? गैस वेस्ट होगा, अननेसेसरी हीट वेस्ट हो जाएगा और तवा बहुत ज्यादा गर्म हो जाएगा, राइट? तो एक भी प्रोसेस हम लोग इधर से उधर शिफ्ट नहीं कर सकते. वी हैव टू फॉलो द SOP, where SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure. So वैसे ही एक साइंटिस्ट थे, there was a scientist who was working with standard operating procedure in laboratory on frog. Initially, the scientist ordered the frog to jump. Frog jumped. The scientist cut one leg of the frog and asked the frog to jump. तीन पैर पे भी फ्रॉग ने जंप किया. The scientist, so he was writing, after cutting one leg, frog would be able to jump. So this was the experiment. After cutting third leg, he asked the frog to jump. Somehow frog was able to make a move, take a little jump. Then finally, the scientist cut the frog's last leg and asked him to jump. The frog was not able to move, not even a centimeter. He repeatedly ordered the frog to move, to jump, but the frog didn't. Now the scientist came to conclusion. He wrote the experiment in a scientific way, and now the scientist came to conclusion that after cutting all the four legs of frog, the frog became deaf. फ्रॉग के चारों पैर काटने के बाद फ्रॉग को सुनाई नहीं देता है. Because frog was not able to jump. So inference was, उसको सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है इसलिए वो जंप नहीं कर रहा है. The procedure was correct. Everything was in place, but this was not in place. Inference is wrong. Research is all about having a good inference. though you are doing a right procedure, you have to be a definite end point. You should know what will be the outcome of the experiment, what will be the outcome of the research study. My core uh, field is clinical research basically, which is very well connected to pharmacy field. Clinical research involves not only clinical trials on human beings, it involves preclinical research as well, laboratory research, literature research, everything. So there is a huge scope and lots of opportunities for particularly students of pharmacy in this particular field. Previously, there were many unethical experiments. They have already been conducted. You must be knowing unethical experiments done by Nazis, Belmont Report. Then ICH-GCP came into existence, International Conference on Harmonization for the technical requirement for registration of pharmaceuticals on human use. And now we have in India, after Schedule Y, it is already outdated, it is already vanished. Now we have to follow NDCT rules 2019. Schedule Y is no more. But unfortunately, bound by the syllabus, industry is getting updated continuously, but we are not, unfortunately. So if you want to be a part of industry, you should know the current affairs, current rules and regulations. That is why it is called as regulatory affairs. Right? So in clinical research also, regulatory affairs is a part. We also require regulations to follow in different countries. Have you heard about pharmacovigilance? Yes. Pharmacovigilance is for you people only. It is very well related to, it is very well a part of pharmacy only. Pharmacovigilance, surveillance of pharma products. And this is the world booming industry, pharmacovigilance industry, world's largest booming industry nowadays. If you go on some job portals and search there about the jobs in pharmacovigilance, you will be able to find thousands of jobs wherein only pharma students, pharma graduates are accepted, not even science graduates. Data management, clinical data management, pharmaceutical data management. You must have heard about the word dossier. How many of you are from M Pharmacy? And rest of all? B Farm, final year? First year, second year? Second year. Final year? Third year. Okay, final year. So even you must be aware about the thing. Dossier. Have you heard about this word? If you go to any industry, you will come to know that for registration of any pharmaceutical product, you need to you need to submit a bunch of document, evidences, then many reports, etc., licenses, this, that, a bunch of document, a bunch of files. Not only this much. Sometimes 2, 3, 4 files. Those are called as dossiers. There is a huge demand in rest of the world, not only in India, for these medical writers, for these scientific writers, for only dossier preparation. Every year from European countries, Indians are selected for dossier writings. Around 10,000 candidates are every year getting selected after coming the rule 154, something 154E. 3 years back, Europe have revised their pharmaceutical regulations. There is a term called as PSUR, Periodic Safety Update Report, which every company have to submit to government after every 6 months for the tenure of the patent. You must be knowing for every pharmaceutical product, there is a patent for 15 to 20 years. So say for example, if the patent is for 15 years and the pharmaceutical company have to submit the data after every 6 months. So there are 30 reports every company have to submit to the government. And those reports, the data will be collected from the entire country. Sometimes if the product is sold in multiple countries, the data from that country also, from those countries also, that has to be submitted to respective government. So apart from thinking of pharmacy is only related to GMP, it is not like that. Pharmacy is not only good manufacturing, it is good handling also. And for that, there are multiple sectors where you pharmacy people can work. One of it is clinical research, which is a very big, very huge sector basically. It includes core clinical research, that means clinical trials, preclinical trials, trial of the medicine on humans, trial of the medicine on animals. That is a very big business basically. The clinical research, clinical trial is conducted into 4 phases. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. That you must be knowing. It may be in your syllabus as well. Recently, the last month data of DCGI, there are 3,900 clinical trials are being conducted in India. So this is the 2 days data. To conduct one clinical trial, one multicentric clinical trial, we require at least 100 people to work on it. At least. If it is a big multicentric, multi-country, multicentric study, we require some 500 people to work on one clinical trial. There are 3,900 clinical trials are being conducted in India. You can calculate, having approximately 300 people for one clinical trial, how much is the requirement of the market? Your nearby Nagpur, we have 54 clinical research hospitals. In every hospital, there is a requirement of 10 to 15 clinical research coordinators, clinical research, what it is called as pharmacist. Research pharmacist is a separate position in clinical trial. You have a huge scope. To start your career in clinical research, this is a basic role. Clinical pharmacist. Because in clinical trial, we have to dispense the medicine directly to the patient in a specific manner, in specific quantity, and we have to make an accountability of it. What law says that only pharmacist can dispense the medicine, not even the doctor. Being a doctor, I don't have any right to dispense, to hand over the medicine to the patient. This law says it is the pharmacist who can dispense the medicine to the patient, who can hand over the medicine to the patient, and that is why in every clinical trial, I can do all the things. I can check the patient. I can review all the documents. I can review all the reports. I can prescribe n number of. I can prescribe. There is a difference between prescription and dispensing. I can prescribe, but I cannot hand over the medicine to the patient. So who will do it? Registered pharmacist. And that too, precisely, if you have education in clinical pharmacy, it is like doodh mein shakkar. And there is a huge demand in coming 5-6 years. Second thing, I have already talked about scientific writing for one part, dossier, regulatory affairs writing. So for doing job in regulatory affairs, you have a thorough knowledge of regulatory requirements of particular countries. No need to by heart, no need to remember every time, but you should know where you can find it, how to access. Third major thing related to pharmacy and clinical research is data management, precisely clinical data management. Right? As we have discussed, that there is a format to perform any experiment. So while performing your experiment, you must be having that assignment book with you or practical book with you with blank formats. Right? Who will write this blank format? Or who writes this blank format? जोर से बोलो. Who have the authority to write or to prepare these formats? For conducting an experiment of particularly of pharmacy, an engineer is asked to write the format. No. Engineer cannot write, no? Pharmacist, but he must be having expertise in that particular field, no? Not only pharmacy graduate. Certificate होने से कुछ नहीं होता. What is important is expertise, knowledge with experience. Right? You cannot, you are a pharmacist, right? But you cannot write or you cannot claim. आप इनसे बहस कर सकोगे क्या? Why? Expertise नहीं है, आपके पास उतना experience नहीं है अभी, right? वैसे ही clinical research में we have to write n number of things. Basically, any research, unless it is not written, it is considered as it didn't happen. Unless it is not written and approved, it is considered as it didn't happen at all. Whatever is written and approved is considered as happen, even though it didn't happen in the past, because it is documented. So it's all about documentation. See, what in clinical research also, patient will come today, I will prescribe certain medicine or the trial medication, you will dispense the medicine, patient will consume the medicine, and patient will go. What will remain after 5 years, after 10 years, after 50 years with me is the data. If I didn't write the thing, if I don't write the day-to-day activities, after 5 years or after even next day, I couldn't able to claim that the patient were there yesterday with me. Because everybody will ask me, show me the evidence, proof, right? So data management is preparing the blank formats and filling the formats, writing down, preparing the data, which is real time data, true data, which is having evidence. I have written that certain patient came to me and his BP was 120 by 80. I have written in the record book. Then again, somebody may ask me, show me the proof his BP was 120 by 80. So, for this, we'll have to produce evidence again. Digital BP apparatus लगाया, BP लिया, उसका photo capture करके रखा along with the patient. So, this was the patient. This is the date written in the sphygmomanometer, digital sphygmomanometer. This was the BP. बहुत सारा डेटा हो जाता है. For one clinical trial, around 100 kg डेटा, 100 kg का डेटा आराम से बन जाता है. And we have to, उससे ज़्यादा, this is minimum quantity. And we have to preserve this data at least for 15 years, next 15 years. So currently there are 3,000 or approximately 4,000 clinical trials have been conducted in India. In past 10 years, approximately 20,000 clinical trials have been already conducted in India. You can imagine how much data we have and where it would be. In our Nagpur, we have huge warehouses owned by Sun Pharma. There are 6 warehouses, approximately of this much volume, 6 warehouses, 6 halls like this, full of papers and data only, files. To maintain and to repeatedly review that data, Sun Pharma have a team of around 500 reviewers only to review the data. And all are pharmacists. So you have to think out of the box. That is only I just want to point out. You have to think out of the box. You have to find, there are many options after pharmacy. Apart from the industry or manufacturing or pharmaceutical marketing job like MR, there are many good and respectable, reputed options available where you should work. I insist. You should go there because you are required. Industry is in search of candidates who are trained in those particular field. And the irony is we don't know about the field. That is the biggest irony. Next is medical coding. It's something related to IT in pharmacy. In India, we have a disease called as fever. In India, we have around 28 languages spoken. So what we call fever in Hindi, in Marathi, in Gujarati, anyway, if any Gujarati person is there, he will be able to tell. So some different thing in Bengali, some different name in Tamil, Telugu, Malayali, Kannada, Konkani, etc., etc., etc. So in India only we have 28 names of fever. Imagine about the rest of the world. Today is the era where India is emerging as a destination, most preferred destination for medical tourism. Entire world is looking at India for their treatments because it is very cost effective and very effective. We have all the treatments available for all the diseases, right? So if some Russian people come over here, if one Chinese people come over here for their treatment, you must have heard about mediclaims, medical insurance. Have you heard about medical insurance? To claim for medical insurance, you have to submit some proof of treatments, right? So in India, if some other country people, some foreigner come over here for their treatment, we will write all our prescription in English, in Indian English. We use the terms we use in India only. The same prescription, the same reports, if a Chinese person brings to China, how that mediclaim company or insurance company will be able to understand the terms? It is not possible. So there is a global system of ICD, International Coding of Drugs and Diseases, both. Now it is the era of ICD 11. ICD 11. And we don't know about it. It is already reached, it is already 11th version. And we don't know about it. India is the biggest supplier of medical coders to the world. Largest supplier in the world of medical coders. So try to find out in detail about medical coding. It is very well related to pharmacy. You can easily understand, easily adopt. The next is regulatory affairs that we have already discussed. Pharmacovigilance, we were talking about. Pharmacovigilance is surveillance of medicines after the drug comes to the market after clinical trials. And pharmacovigilance is an unending process. Unending process. It is not a project. It is a process. See, there is a difference. Clinical trial is a project. Clinical research is a project. It will start somewhere and it will end somewhere. So there are limitations. It may happen that after completion of project, there will be no work for you, so no job for you. It may happen. However, it doesn't happen because I have already told you the number. Every year, we require around 6,000 trained clinical research professionals to work on the clinical trials. 15,000 clinical research professionals to work on clinical trial. Every year, around 15,000 at least new clinical research professionals we require. And every year, we hardly get 6,000 professionals ready for the job. So this is the demand and supply gap. You can imagine the scope. That will include everything related to clinical research, okay? Whereas every year we require 50,000 trained pharmacovigilance professionals, drug safety associates or safety associates, who have the basic knowledge of pharmacy and vigilance or pharmacovigilance and clinical research. Whereas we hardly get 10,000. Previously, pharmaceutical companies or the pharmacovigilance companies used to hire life science graduates as a drug safety associate, but it is very difficult for life science graduates merely having BSc, MSc in microbiology, biotechnology, biochemistry, chemistry, biology. They may be expert of their field, no doubt. A candidate may be gold medalist in biotechnology, but they are deficient in having pharmaceutical knowledge. And it was very difficult for the companies to retain those people. So now it is restricted. The pharmacovigilance job is restricted only to pharmacy people. So again, the scope is increasing. So there are many things. You have to open your mind first. You have to come out of the box, the borders, find many ways, different aspects related to pharmacy. If you want some more information about the courses, about the jobs available, about the field, clinical research, etc., pharmacovigilance, data management, regulatory affairs, etc., we have a stall downstairs near registration counter, or you can meet us at our Nagpur office Monday to Saturday 9 to 6 anytime. Our details are written on the display boards kept over there. The name of the company, we are running a CRO, clinical research organization. We also have internship opportunities for MPharm people if you want to make a career in clinical research, or PhD persons as well. So if you want to meet us in person, you can come to Nagpur. Our contact details are there. I would like to thank the management, I think there is a program after this section. Okay. Okay, I would like to thank you all to be patient all this time to hear this very calmly. I would like to thank you, of course, both of the both of your teachers, sirs, and the entire organizing committee for inviting me over here and giving me the opportunity to talk in front of you. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Now, I would like to call Dr. DC Shahu, sir, for presenting the certificate to the sir. To our audience, Thank you for being here. Such an engaging part of today's event. It might be a hectic timeline today. So to refresh your vibes, be ready for the last surprise of the day.
I invite Sukeshni Kakodia, Khushi Kinkar, and Purva Gonade, students of B Farm 3rd SEM, to present a dance before you.
Please have a big round of applause for them.
உங்கள் வண்ணனை கோவலனாய் வினை உண்டவாயனில் உள்ளம் கவர்ந்தானை கொண்ட வண்ணனை கோவலனாய் வினை உண்டவாயனில் உள்ளம் கவர்ந்தானை அண்ட குணனி அரங்கன் என்ன முதினை அண்ட குணனி அரங்கன் என்ன முதினை கண்ட கண்கள் வைத்தொன்றினை காணாவே
Thank you so much, team, for your fabulous performance. Let's carry forward the knowledge and inspiration we have gained here as we continue to APIIR-24. Until tomorrow, stay curious and stay inspired. Have a wonderful and safe time ahead. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining us here.
Hello. Thank you so much, audience, dear students and participants who are from Nagpur and other cities. So we will continue this spark for tomorrow. Thank you so much for today's. Time will be same from 10:30 tomorrow. We will start. And thank you so much, dignitaries, for giving your precious time for today's auspicious function. And I request all faculty members, please be here. Honorable BC ma'am wants to meet everyone. Thank you. Please, please get